Member for Swazelle, you may continue your presentation. We do apologize for that, for any inconvenience which may have been caused to you, but hopefully the member for Castries North would have taken note of the 2 interruptions and used part of his portfolio allocations to remedy those deficiencies for the future. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, you also note the time as well.
Oh, your time has stopped.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, just before we had the situation in the recording room, and I think it's a good time to urge the Prime Minister, as you were making that plea when the figures were announced, to provide you with, another allocation to maybe buy a proper generator or something to prevent such future breakdowns. But, Mr. Speaker, I was indicating actually I was pleasantly surprised with the reporting of the Prime Minister while he was making his address, to the point that what was normally repeated about inheriting a mess, based on the figures that he presented, the opposite seemed to be true. And, Mr. Speaker, I think we on this side could actually, Mr. Speaker, claim Mr. Speaker, we on this side, Mr. Speaker, I think we must claim ownership and responsibility for the growth in the economy in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the sad part in all of that is, there was some sort of rhythm, there was something happening when the government came in. But unfortunately, and this is the sad part of the politics, Mr. Speaker, the government decided to stop many projects. Many projects that were in progress, and we speak about this government, the current government, the St. Jude's project, the airport housing projects, road projects, Mr. Speaker. Several projects were stopped, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of politics, Mr. Speaker, that when the politics blind you, you fail to recognize the impact on the economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, these projects, the amount of purchasing of goods and services, the provisions of jobs and income for families, the manner in which several hundred workers, Mr. Speaker, were just thrown on the breadline. Mr. Speaker, I think I can say with confidence that this budget, this current budget, is grounded and founded on an economic platform built by the previous administration. Mr. Speaker, I recognize in the budget quite a bit of repackaging, rebranding. Many of the interventions that were commenced by the last administration, Mr. Speaker. Although, Mr. Speaker, I will commend the government for some slight increases, particularly in the Ministry of Equity, although based on the thrust on putting the people first and focusing on the plight of the vulnerable and many senior citizens, I did expect to see maybe even doubling of the figure. But, Mr. Speaker, I guess we have to take it in stride. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the patriot is heckling me. Mr. Speaker, that's my handwriting. That's my handwriting. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister was being candid, I believe he missed a perfect opportunity to apologize to the last administration for demonizing our attempts to ensure that COVID did not become a runaway train. Mr. Speaker, you would remember statements like, we were the worst prepared, etc. I am very proud that as a government in the last administration, we moved swiftly to put the necessary public health systems to adequately, Mr. Speaker, respond to the pandemic and save lives. We provided a range of social support to St. Lucians, including income support to the tune of almost $70 million. We increased public assistance. We provided incentives and waivers on vehicles for frontline workers. Electricity assistance was provided to the vulnerable and the poor. Avenues for liquidity support was provided to the private sector, etc. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also spoke to seeking more concessionary financing, alternative to bond financing. And I could not help at the time but chuckle, because this is exactly what we were doing, and we were criticized for borrowing. I note, however, Mr. Speaker, that he still expects to raise 79 million in bonds and treasury bills. And I recently noted an actual bond that was put out, a 10-year bond, at a rate of 7.4%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a costly instrument. And I do hope that the Prime Minister will continue with the statement of looking for cheaper funds, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also note that a significant portion of the loans that the Prime Minister will also be getting into was as a result of parliamentary approvals to borrow that we did in 2020. These loans, Mr. Speaker, were taken to task for forming part of the continued recovery effort. I am proud, Mr. Speaker, that we were able to negotiate these loans, that the Minister of Finance is now talking proudly and boasting of his government borrowing. Actually, Mr. Speaker, I shudder at the thought of if he had not had these funds at his disposal at this time, what the state of this budget would have been. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia economy, and it is no secret, suffered the largest contraction in 2020. However, we are now experiencing one of the largest recoveries in the region, I think second to Guyana, actually. Our economy has performed better in all aspects than projected. This recovery, Mr. Speaker, is not coincidental. It is a direct result of the pro-recovery policies implemented by the UWP government, where we try to balance the trade-off between saving lives and livelihoods. This, Mr. Speaker, is a reality that all of us in this House must accept. The numbers, Mr. Speaker, simply do not support the notion of mismanagement. I again repeat, Mr. Speaker, the numbers do not support the notion of mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary representative, when the country does well, I am happy, whether I'm in opposition, whether I'm in government, Mr. Speaker. Unlike, Mr. Speaker, members on the government side when they're in opposition, Mr. Speaker, does not seem to have that same ideology. We are all St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, very early in my life in the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I told the then leader of the opposition that as parliamentarians, we need to be very careful when we attack each other, because there are significant sacrifices that all of us put into this. Significant sacrifices. And Mr. Speaker, when I am a member of the United Workers' Party, but when I'm in office, Mr. Speaker, I represent the people of Choiseul and Saltibus. I don't look at the color, Mr. Speaker. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, in 2016 when we won the election, one of my colleagues who was not so fortunate to win indicated to me that he actually thought he cannot understand how he lost, because everybody seemed to have been saying to him that they voted for him. Mr. Speaker, they are the people who you know support your party, regardless. But there are several people, Mr. Speaker, who support it that you will never know. And so, Mr. Speaker, we must not continue this sort of action of, honing on certain people and calling them, supporters of a particular party. If we are putting the people first, Mr. Speaker, let us be true to that. On several times, Mr. Speaker, you would have heard members opposite me chiding me to join, come across. join the blue wave, all kind of things like that, Mr. Speaker. You would have heard that. Mr. Speaker, if this government is serious of putting the people first, they would recognize my position as the parliamentary representative of Choiseul Saltibus and provide me with the provisions to be able to take care of the people of Choiseul Saltibus. Don't provide me with morsels, Mr. Speaker. Don't provide me with morsels, and then the person who was defeated, you want to elevate as the parliamentary rep, Mr. Speaker. We must stop that, Mr. Speaker. We must stop that. I heard you, the member for Castries, Mr. Speaker, through you, the member for Castries South. He was speaking on more than one occasion, saying how wrong it is that as a parliamentary rep, he never got anything. You have said it, and you continue to say, and he continued to say, Mr. Speaker, how wrong it was. If it is wrong, Mr. Speaker, it cannot be wrong when you're in, it cannot be right when you're in government. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge members opposite, in true reflection of putting the people first, represent the parliamentary representative and put him first as well. Mr. Speaker, I move to head 51 under the Ministry of Equity, Mr. Speaker. And I note, Mr. Speaker, that there is evidence to suggest that the social stabilization program articulated by the UWP administration is continuing and to some extent being expanded. I applaud that. We note, however, that the allocation under public assistance has increased from 11.5 million to 20.1 million, and the increase is related to two project initiatives, both negotiated under the previous administration. One, Human Capital Resilience Project, 5.06 million, funded by the World Bank, and COVID-19 response, meeting the needs of the most vulnerable, 4.4 million, negotiated with the CDP. What is not clear, Mr. Speaker, is whether this will enable an increased number of vulnerable households to receive direct assistance, or whether the package of support to current recipients will be increased. An additional consideration is whether most of these resources are channeled towards enhancing the wider social protection system. Example, whether we're going to look at the social registry database as opposed to just cash transfers, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we see no evidence of a broader social stabilization program that incorporates income support, electricity subsidies, food subsidies. These are the immediate needs of our vulnerable households, Mr. Speaker, as we grapple with inflation. We welcome the investment in human resource centers. However, we also note that there is a lack of program associated with such investments. Are these investments designed to make the centers ready for such programming? There are already existing centers that would benefit from having such actual programs implemented. Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak to, now that we're on the road to recovery, should we continue the community after-school program? I don't see any allocation for this important community intervention. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, there was about 495 students benefiting from this after-school program, Mr. Speaker, about 25 primary schools. We were able to negotiate about $2 million from the national lotteries. In fact, up to the time that we left, about $1 million was already used, Mr. Speaker. And the reports coming back indicated that many of these students involved in these after-school programs, Mr. Speaker, they could have seen, visibly seen, differences in their behavior, in their aptitude, Mr. Speaker, and their learning, Mr. Speaker. That's a very important intervention, and I urge the government and the Minister for Equity to look and to ensure that that after-school program, some consideration is being given to continue it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move my attention quickly to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, Mr. Speaker. I noticed the allocation of $2.3 million towards the rehabilitation of sports facilities. And I guess maybe we will hear a little more in the appropriation bill on the scale and the location of these initiatives. But Mr. Speaker, it was very instructive to hear the member from Castries South, the member from Grosile, also indicating what they felt was a lack of attention to playing fields in their community. And Mr. Speaker, you must ask yourself, and they speak about these facilities having been abandoned for so long, Mr. Speaker, but I don't believe the issue is a matter of abandonment, Mr. Speaker, because they had been in government before. It's not a matter of abandonment. What I suspect, Mr. Speaker, is the issue that these members recognize that we had taken the rehabilitation of facilities to another level, a significant level where other members began to feel a little bit slighted, a little bit. And Mr. Speaker, I say that because I remember distinctly when we lighted up the Lafargue playing fields, the number of comments Labrie people made towards the representative, indicating to him how long he had been there, how long he had been a representative, and a newbie coming in, taking care of lighting on the Lafargue playing field and the Labrie field that had been in existence, crossover park, for so long, was not getting the desired attention. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I am hoping that the member will continue with this upgrade that we have started on the Lafargue playing fields, recognizing that we were also going on to the PI playing fields, one of the best cricket grounds in St. Lucia. I'm also hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the allocation for seating and washroom facilities will also be considered. These are things that we had in train and in plan, Mr. Speaker. I would also want to know, Mr. Speaker, what are the plans to completing the Sufra Stadium with respect to seating and upgrading the amenities for players and spectators alike? Is there a commitment to complete the cricket field at Ruby? I note, Mr. Speaker, that there is an allocation of $260,000 for the preparation of physical spaces in existing structures. I kind of am querying as to what is the difference to the rehabilitation works at HRDCs being implemented by the Ministry of Equity. Mr. Speaker, we are operating in an environment of scarce resources. Surely we should be creating greater synergies rather than spreading ourselves too thin. But this speaks more to the absence of a strategic plan, Mr. Speaker, for community facilities, which will be the subject, I guess, in the appropriation bill. And as I speak on HRDC centers, Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to the Saltibus community center, Mr. Speaker. Plans were afoot, Mr. Speaker, to begin the rehabilitation of that center. And I'm hoping that, serious attention would be given, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we move on, and I noticed the member for housing, Minister for Housing came in, so I would, I didn't get that. You said, Minister for Local Government and Housing, Head 48, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I vividly remember, Mr. Speaker, while in government, members opposite, Mr. Speaker, during one of our parliamentary sessions, I think that was sometime in 2019, accusing me of providing cement, plywood, and galvanized to buy votes, Mr. Speaker. I feel vindicated after hearing so many members speak yesterday. I feel vindicated. That's the word, vindicate. You know that word, right? Vindicated. When I heard so many members speaking, Mr. Speaker, on the significant social impact. In fact, the member for Ancillary Canneries, he actually said, he spoke about the psychological effect on various households living in unsavory conditions. The member for Castries South East, he spoke to, I can't remember the name now, it was a name, the gentleman, he said, who was sleeping on a chair. Yes, because his bed was getting wet, and the lady, Buckowen, I should remember that, it's a country and western name, The member also spoke about the lady who fell asleep sleeping on a chair because of the roof leaking, Mr. Speaker. I remember, Mr. Speaker, in my time in government, a young lady came to me, 4 children, single lady, single parent, not working. and she was actually, her roof was a tarpaulin, Mr. Speaker. We have these conditions island-wide, Mr. Speaker. And let's not direct, when we providing that support. We need to recognize the vulnerable people we have, Mr. Speaker, and make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we provide sufficient resources to members across the board to take care of that, Mr. Speaker. Let's leave the mantra, putting people first, Mr. Speaker. It's not a matter of whether we were doing it. We have to go on what was preached by the last administration. That's what was preached, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will never, Mr. Speaker, never for the sake of opposing this program. I will never diss a program which benefits the people of St. Lucia. I will never do that. Some of us take pleasure in doing that. We use words, Mr. Speaker, that creates that sort of insightfulness, Mr. Speaker. That's not my style, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to give the benefits to those who deserve it. Mr. Speaker, I do have a question, though, with regards to housing allocations. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that there are allocations go in two places for housing, Ministry of Housing and SSDF. Now, the question I have, Mr. Speaker, is there is already an entity in the SSDF, clearly with the experience and the capacity to implement such targeted programs. In that, Mr. Speaker, I have some questions I would like to ask. Will the Ministry of Housing establish a new operational structure? Will they engage consultants? How will they measure and identify the most vulnerable? Who determines the scope of rehabilitation to be undertaken? Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the SSDF, at least they have the SLNet, Mr. Speaker. That's an instrument that's being used, Mr. Speaker, to determine who the most vulnerable are. And they are also the SSDF also belongs to a ministry which has welfare officers, social transformation officers, family case workers, Mr. Speaker, social workers, who actually have that information because they're on the ground, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as long as we are looking to provide support to the vulnerable, we need a transparent and effective mechanism to ensure resources are provided to those who need it most. Mr. Speaker, since I'm on the Ministry of Housing and Local Government, I also wanted to include, Mr. Speaker, in my contribution, the issue of land ownership and empowerment. Mr. Speaker, the member for Castres South spoke about empowering the people by ensuring that the people, have property after residing on lands for so long, have ownership. I have always preached that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the record will show a number of residents, particularly in the PI community, having received title to their property, having been residents on that property belonging to Crown or Invest St. Lucia for several years. Mr. Speaker, I would like the Minister for Housing, Castres Central Rep, to take into consideration some of the challenges currently that exist in the PI community, where we currently have a housing development which, if it has not finished, it should almost be complete. But there were some subdivisions that were already in place, unawares to the people who build their house. And so you would find that on one subdivision there are two houses. And, these people cannot afford to build elsewhere. And within the legal parameters, whether there could also be a sub-subdivision. It is something I think, we need to look at, because these are people who have lived peacefully with one another for several years, and, some arrangements, should be made to try to solve some of the problems, Mr. Speaker, that they have. I note, Mr. Speaker, also in Choiseul, Saltibus, we have several lands. Similarly to the member from Dennery South, who spoke to several lands under the ownership of Crown and Invest St. Lucia. I speak to the Park Estate, Gayabwa area, Mr. Speaker, who, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, you know, these people continued for many years, decades, to have referred themselves to the forgotten community. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say now, Mr. Speaker, that mindset is changing because of proper access being brought into that community, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I want to applaud the Police Welfare Association for very recently going into the Park Estate area and making available food packages to the residents there, Mr. Speaker. And this is not something you would have seen happening before. But now, because access into that community is so easy, many people are now driving and speaking about the beauty of the community. Many people are now trying to get a piece of the Choiseul, Mr. Speaker. But I'll speak to that a little later, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen, and I guess that was prompted by two of the biggest housing developments that happened in Choiseul under my reign, Mr. Speaker, Lafargue and Lafargue 2, PI had one, Mr. Speaker. But we have seen quite a few private development happening, Mr. Speaker, because Choiseul seems to be the place to be now, Mr. Speaker. And I know several members over have told me privately and secretly their love for Choiseul. They will not say it loud, you know, but they have indicated that, Mr. Speaker. And I had a pass conversation with the member for housing who indicated to me that he will soon be reflecting his plans for a housing development in the Balambush area, Mr. Speaker. This was something I know that had begun many years ago, but it had its own troubles, Mr. Speaker. And I'm looking forward, Mr. Speaker, to that sort of attention being paid to the community. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, we must, this is the kind of things we need to stop doing. And the whole issue of politicizing some of these things, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that, you know, we'll see that thing being faded, Mr. Speaker. I heard in the Governor General's throwing speech, Mr. Speaker, I think he spoke to the empowering of consuls, Mr. Speaker. And that is not a new initiative, Mr. Speaker. While we were in government, we ensured that consuls received $25,000 per quarter, Mr. Speaker, something that they welcomed because of the challenges that they had waiting for central government, you know, to make funds available to do various projects. So I'm hoping that there's going to be some increase in that, Mr. Speaker. But I want to call on to the member, the minister, the member for Castries Central for local government, just before I demitted office, Mr. Speaker, the vehicle belonging to the Choiseul Village Council broke down. In fact, it's not good anymore. It's not good anymore, and we recognize the size of our community. And I am urging the member who has quite a bit of talent in exploring how that he will get a vehicle for the Choiseul constituency. Mr. Speaker, the member from Central Castries is heckling me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, order. I move to Head 56, Economic Development and Youth Economy. Mr. Speaker, we have heard it. A lot of hype, a lot of fanfare associated with the youth economy, Mr. Speaker. And if you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote from the throne speech of the Governor General. And he says, under youth economy, the youth economy will be structured with its own agency and board to provide greater autonomy and flexibility in decision making. The youth economy will create special areas in the economic system for young people to develop, grow their ideas, and create generational wealth. It is intended to create a new enterprise culture and reduce the constraints that our youth face in accessing business finance, training, and support services to succeed in business ventures. My government, through the Youth Economy Framework, will provide special incentives to support the integration of young people in employment-generating and wealth-creating business activities. Mr. Speaker, I dare say that this is another example of rebranding. Of rebranding with some very expensive adjustments, Mr. Speaker. And I will tell you what I mean by that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a $10 million allocation has been made towards the youth economy. Mr. Speaker, I want us to break down that $10 million, Mr. Speaker. Out of that $10 million, salaries is $800,000. How many people will be employed? What are the salary levels? It speaks to creating a new agency. Consultancies, Mr. Speaker, $2.6 million. Grants, $5.2 million. And training, $600,000. Mr. Speaker, similarly to what I said earlier, why are creating a new structure with that level of salaries stuff, Mr. Speaker? Could we not have utilized the SLDB? Could we not have utilized the Bell Fund, Mr. Speaker? We continue, Mr. Speaker, to speak of building technical and capacity development, and yet still, Mr. Speaker, we only see training allocation of $800,000. Why should the grant represent half of the allocation, Mr. Speaker, when the cry among the young people and the people who are trying to start business speak to access to finance, Mr. Speaker? Why isn't there an allocation that helps create tech-friendly spaces for these entrepreneurs to operate from and to complement what we started with Invest St. Lucia? And, I was happy in a previous contribution by the member for Invest St. Lucia to indicate, his pleasure with what he noticed was happening with Invest St. Lucia in terms of some of the programs. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to creating a smart city? Mr. Speaker, based on the allocation for consultancies, it suggests to me that there is no clear concept for this youth economy. Mr. Speaker, 50% on every dollar is being spent on operational matters. That is 50 cents not going directly into the pockets of the young people. Are we really putting the young people first? Mr. Speaker, when I speak of rebranding, I'm aware that SLDB has a product called Youth Enterprise Equity Fund, YEF. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I must applaud this current government because I think that was their brainchild, Mr. Speaker, but it was rebranded under our watch, Mr. Speaker. And when I say rebranded, relaunched, I shouldn't say rebranded, relaunch. Relaunch under our watch, Mr. Speaker, where $50,000 can be invested in businesses targeted at the youth. Credit, Mr. Speaker, as I said, should go to this administration for that. There is also, Mr. Speaker, the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility, the CAF. Mr. Speaker, this is a $10 million facility that was repurposed to provide loan and grant options for persons. And when we speak of persons, we speak of young people as well, Mr. Speaker. These things are already in place, Mr. Speaker. These are things that we had, Mr. Speaker, in place. So there's nothing new in terms of providing a $10 million, which is half of that, for grants for young people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I'm on the youth economy, I want to speak very briefly on something I saw circulating and something that the Prime Minister spoke about. He spoke about owing Ojo Labs almost $1 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last administration, sometime in their reign, around this government, sometime in the reign, some time back, they actually had a program where they tried to engage businesses to hire young people, and they were sort of providing some sort of subsidy, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, we must recognize where the focus was. And I'm not decrying or not recognizing the importance of it. But a lot of that support was for people to bag hardware items, Mr. Speaker. What happens at Ojo Labs, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, Ojo Labs, we have young people who have degrees, who are working on their masters, Mr. Speaker. And just, Mr. Speaker, these are young people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have, and I go back, Mr. Speaker, to the Governor General's throne speech when he indicated The money is intended to create new enterprise, Mr. Speaker. That's a new thing. The young people are learning something new, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there's so much of that. Mr. Speaker, we don't know the young people working at Ojo Labs, who they support, Mr. Speaker. You don't know that. No, but the principle has to be assisting our young people. You know, and I'm hoping, member for Castries South, because it falls right under your portfolio. The request for ITELBO that you take it seriously, because it's hundreds of young people that potentially can be employed. So I'm hoping that you take that very seriously. We must recognize, Mr. Speaker, the scarcity of employment, and we have to look at avenues to create employment. And I'm not talking about, bagging at a grocery store, or bagging about, we must, elevate, Mr. Speaker, the kind of jobs that we provide for our young people. Mr. Speaker, you see, and that's the sort of, what I call the disconnect, because, just like all of a sudden you have a certain appreciation and recognition of Cabot. Why can't you do the same with Ojo Labs? Mr. Speaker, we need to stop the politics. That's the point. Stop the politics when we come to that. Okay. Now, Mr. Speaker, every member spoke in silence. And the members are opposite are preventing me from making my...
Well, member, you have not sought the comfort of the chair, so I assume that you were quite okay with it. But if you do seek protection in the chair, you shall receive it.
I'm actually very impressed with the member for Castries Central so far. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did assure me that I would have gotten my community centers, and I want to thank him, Mr. Speaker, because the community centers, the work has started this week, Roblo and PI, Mr. Speaker.
Member Vespazell, you have 15 minutes left in which to conclude your presentation.
I'm asking the member for Castries South to give me additional time, Mr. Speaker. Give me 15 minutes. You, give me 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to, at the standing order 4210, to give the honourable member an extra 15 minutes.
Honourable members, the question is that standing order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Suzel Saltibus an additional 15 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, parliamentary colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful that there was no deliberate attempt to stall the projects, and I'm also very happy to recognize that the PI bridge has also started, something that will provide significant relief to commuters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on, Mr. Speaker. I move on, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just give me 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. My notes are... Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to move on to the issue of tourism, village tourism, community tourism. Mr. Speaker, it's a fact. Nobody who has visited Choiseul who has not indicated that they've gotten entrapped by the unmatched scenery and the rolling topography, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the community of Choiseul Saltibus was earmarked to be part of the second phase of the village tourism. Incidentally, member for Castries South, you would note yesterday that many of your colleagues who spoke preferred the term village tourism rather than community tourism. And when you have such a household name that has already been created, something to think about. I heard you give your rationale as to why community, but I think the expression village tourism is something that has caught on. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be a Chozelian. In fact, there are some people here who tell me that they are more Chozelian than me. Mr. Speaker, you'll be familiar with that, right? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak, Mr. Speaker, to, and as I said, why change what is not broken? I am very happy, Mr. Speaker, that the continuation of the handicraft, the revamping of the Chozel Handicraft Center is on the cards. It was something that had been approved under the OECS Tourism Competitiveness, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy that we will see some work, continuing on that, Mr. Speaker. I also want to bring to the attention for the member for Castries South, Mr. Speaker, that he would be aware that we had actually acquired 2 heritage sites, in 2 heritage landmarks in Chozel, Mr. Speaker, and that, it falls right in his lap because he's also the member for Invest in Lucia, and, ownership was given to Invest in Lucia when we acquired that land. And, Mr. Speaker, it was very significant achievement because this is landmarks in Chozel, Mr. Speaker, that we could not have lost to private development, even if the member for Cassis Central, did try to demonize, when I did make that acquisition. I wish he was hearing me. Mr. Speaker, and I direct my concerns particularly to the member for Castries South, Minister for Tourism and Investment, in terms of community ownership and management of various rivers and waterfall hikes, transformation of our waterfront in Chozel to include a jetty and cabana-style enterprises, tours specific to various crafters, pottery makers, artists, agricultural farms, Devil Bridge, etc., Mr. Speaker. All of these things were things that were in train, Mr. Speaker, in terms of when we got into the phase of tourism, village tourism. I know the priority may not necessarily be to focus on a constituency in opposition, Mr. Speaker, but at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we must remember that we are all part of one country and the success of any community. And one of the things that Chozel has going for it is the people. Our people in Chozel, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt are one of the most hospitable people that you can speak about anywhere. And we have, once we already have that, Mr. Speaker, it's 50% in getting the job done, in having a very successful tourism product, Mr. Speaker. While I'm on that, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention, whether it's the Minister for Infrastructure or to the member for tourism, that we have in our community a sort of a small hotel, Tete Rouge, Mr. Speaker, and very recently there was a collapse of a culvert or a small bridge, Mr. Speaker, and it is, while at the time that they're enjoying, significant occupancy, it is a discomfort and could create some sort of, mishap if we don't attend to it. So I'm hoping some attention could be given to that bridge or culvert, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also happy to know that the Sabucha project is continuing, despite some opposition when we were pushing it, Mr. Speaker, so I'm very happy with that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to Head 41, Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, it's a fact, over the years, I'm a member of Parliament for the past 5.5 years, I noticed significant squabbling between the current Minister of Health and the Minister of Agriculture about, who was better. That was going on for so long, Mr. Speaker. But I know, Mr. Speaker, that history has recorded the day that banana died. It is recorded in our history, Mr. But the push for regional market must continue. I think it's something that we need to continue, Mr. Speaker, but the issue of transport must be one that we need to work on, Mr. Speaker. There is nobody to blame with regards to what happened to Windfresh. Let's stop playing the politics for that. That is a festering thing that has been in place for a long time. As a government, we took a decisive decision to address it, Mr. Speaker. So these are the kind of politics we need to stop playing, because these things come back to haunt us, Mr. Speaker. I was a bit disappointed that I did not hear anything from the Minister of Agriculture regarding the cannabis industry. I recognize it now falls under the member for Cashew South, under investment, Mr. Speaker, and we left everything there. You extrapolated from it the quantities that somebody can be found with, Mr. Speaker, but we had everything there. The industry is ready to go, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a lot that can be derived from. There's a lot of qualified people, well-versed people who can help us, Mr. Speaker, and let us move forward with this, Mr. Speaker. I also want to commend the role of Export St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, in what the kind of work that has been done, in recent times, Mr. Speaker, and under our watch as well, Mr. Speaker, where they continue to source markets for our CMOS farmers. My crafters in Choiseul were also very lucky, Mr. Speaker, to have shipped significant craft to the U.S., and I'm hoping this is something that we'll see continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the whole issue of, and the Minister of Agriculture spoke about it briefly, the issue of tillage, Mr. Speaker. It is difficult, Mr. Speaker, to get good laborers now. I urge the government to invest in tillers. Invest in more tillers to be provided to our farmers so that these things could be, easily accessible. You cannot get a good laborer now, Mr. Speaker. Our laborers are, on bended back now, right now, and they are, many of the good ones, Mr. Speaker, do not have the kind of strength that they have. So if we are serious of growing what we eat and providing, we have good soil in St. Lucia. And that component, which is very expensive, I think investing in tillers, Mr. Speaker, will be good for our agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, I just want to, in closing, Mr. Speaker, to speak on my community in terms of various projects that have started, and I'm hoping that we can see some continuation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the election period, I heard my opponent at the time indicated that she will put in Choiseul Saltibus first, and she had a 5-point plan, Mr. Speaker, as to what would have been established in Choiseul. One was an establishment of an agro-processing plant for the constituency. 2, build resource centers for Delta and PI. 3, upgrade the water distribution system for the constituency. 4, upgrade the playing fields in Jetwin Cafe, Delta and Saltibus. And 5, revamp the Choiseul Craft Center. Well, we know the revamping of the Choiseul Craft Center was something that was already trained, and it's happening. Not necessarily any thanks to her then. The upgrading of the playing fields, Mr. Speaker, is something that we have started, Mr. Speaker. I didn't see anything to suggest that we would be getting that sort of consideration in the community. A significant source of concern, not just in Choiseul Saltibus, but throughout the island, is the whole upgrading of our water distribution system, Mr. Speaker. The member for Beaufort South is not there, but he also spends quite a bit of time in the Saltibus community, and he complains bitterly, Mr. Speaker, about the absence of a reliable water, Mr. Speaker. The irony is that Saltibus is a place filled with waterfalls and rivers that never stop flowing, Mr. Speaker. I took it on my own to visit with a team from Wasco to identify a place where we could have a new water source. Never dry, Mr. Speaker, but we have not. I know the challenges with Wasco, Mr. Speaker. I am, however, very glad that under the Basic Needs Trust Fund, I have come to learn that approval was given for a storage tank to provide areas of Lamaze, Montjac, Bellevue, who have significant water issues, Mr. Speaker. But, we have to take it a bit further, whether we start exploring the whole issue of desalination, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, water is life. That's what he said. And we need to spend a lot of time on that. This morning while driving here, Mr. Speaker, I kind of got a snippet that Dominica actually is now acquiring major shares in Domlec. And I heard the Prime Minister speak, Mr. Speaker, to reviewing the Electricity Act. I'm hoping that this is one of the things that the direction that we're going to see how we can get, control of our power supply. This is one of the things that would enable us to be a lot more flexible in providing relief to some of our people, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman died. He died.
No, he died because
Mr. Speaker.
Member of Cassie Central, you'll have your opportunity to speak.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the first phase of the Japanese project to provide relief to the fishermen in Choiseul is complete, and reports coming from the fishermen.
Members of Choiseul, just hold on a minute. Members, do not mistake my tolerance for a refusal to act. And I want to urge every member here to go and read Standing Order 43. Do not allow me to invoke Standing Order 43. It will not result in a simple suspension. Proceed, member.
Mr. Speaker, you could have just said, don't mistake your sweetness for weakness. Yeah. The Japanese project, Mr. Speaker, the first phase has been completed, and our fishermen, Mr. Speaker, have actually indicated some relief. They recognizing that it's working, Mr. Speaker. So we await the second phase when they will actually be building some underwater beams, which should definitely provide the kind of permanent relief that we're looking for, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about water, but we must also recognize, the irrigation project in Delse, which is providing significant irrigation to the farmers in the area. Just before the meeting office, we provided almost $250,000 to replace pipes with power lines, Mr. Speaker, and that has, from what indication, is working very well. But there needs to be a management aspect of it, Mr. Speaker, which I believe is lacking, and I'm hoping that the Minister of Agriculture, could look into that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the number of roads was started in the community. I don't recognize anything in the budget to suggest that Choiseul will be getting any additional relief in that area. But the Minister for Infrastructure, as indicates, is a patriot, Mr. Speaker, and he loves Choiseul. I'm aware of that. He has a lot of family in Choiseul, and I'm hoping he will continue, in particular, the Montet Myers Bridge Ring Road. He'll complete the OPAC Gayabois Road, Mr. Speaker. He will also look, Mr. Speaker, at our road leading to Delse as well, Mr. Speaker. There's also, Mr. Minister for Infrastructure, the issue, I hope, and I remember you indicating you had significant road barriers, and we have quite a few areas which is quite risky, and I will be writing to you as it relates to some of the areas, Mr. Speaker. I was school maintenance, Mr. Speaker. You would have known that we spent significant monies in addressing our school plans. I recognize a $3 million going in there, Mr. Speaker, but I would hope that you would pump it up to what the kind of levels that we were putting in that, because, Mr. Speaker, you recognize, the children spend most of the time in the schools, Mr. Speaker, and, it's important that they are in a comfortable environment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, crime, which is something that all of us are concerned about, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister spoke to imposing stiffer penalties. And as I told the Prime Minister in the last parliamentary session, that whatever, is brought to the House to encourage the reduction in crime, this side will support, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot, and a lot of emphasis, we have no control over the judiciary, but we cannot, Mr. Speaker, continue to recognize where people based on, class, Mr. Speaker, sometimes get a slap on the wrist and sometimes people get scot-free or something, Mr. Speaker. There needs to be a more, a feeling by the public that justice is fair, Mr. Speaker. Many, many years ago, Mr. Speaker, I remember...
Member for Choiseul, you have 15 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll be through before that, Mr. Thank you. Many years ago, Mr. Speaker, talking about 30 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I remember, getting a ride for policeman. And he said something to me which at the time I did not take very serious, Mr. Speaker. But today I recognize what he was referring to. There's a decay, Mr. Speaker. There is a decay that we need to look at, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Prime Minister indicates that, sometimes, he has indicated he will try to put more resources in the police force, Mr. Speaker. But it is something that we need to look at, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Prime Minister, through Mr. Speaker. There are some policemen you just need to pay them off. Get the money and pay them off. Get them out, Mr. Speaker. Because there are some people, like they say, there are apples who spoiling the whole bunch, And we, Mr. Speaker, need to seriously look at that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, On the matter of health care, Mr. Speaker, which is a significant concern in the country, Mr. Speaker, urgent attention, Mr. Speaker, on our health facilities, Mr. Speaker. All of us parliamentarians, Mr. Speaker, are exposed to various requests from constituencies for assistance to do various emergency operations. And some people don't come because they feel they're not getting, and many people have passed because they just cannot access these funds, Mr. Speaker. And I am hoping that there is an acceleration. We had promised, Mr. Speaker, universal health care within our first 100 days, Mr. Speaker. I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that this government takes it very, very serious because, Mr. Speaker, you know, too many of our people are suffering because they cannot get that sort of support. I am inundated with people who come to me seeking some, and at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, many of these people, and I've said it before, they go and they have a barbecue to raise the funds, and the barbecue they have because they work so hard at killing them faster, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have to have an avenue to help our vulnerable people. And you know, I recognize the Prime Minister has indicated he has reintroduced the distress fund, Mr. Speaker. But whether it's called distress fund or whether it's held, you know, in any other, it is same support that we give to the people, Mr. Speaker. And we, Mr. Speaker, we have provided in our last term, we provided over $4 million to assistance, Mr. Speaker, to people whose houses had burned, to people who required health assistance, Mr. Speaker. It's not a matter of a name. A name does not make a difference if you have the monies allocated, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, our people, we have to take care of the vulnerable. If you are putting people first, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank St. Lucia. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to close with the same words that the Governor General included in his conclusion, Mr. Speaker. And it goes like this, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "We should not be divided over trivialities, Mr. Speaker, but united in a tremendous desire to see each other do well. Let our minds be positive, transformational, and purpose-driven. I invite every St. Lucian to value this land that gave us birth. I urge each to respect the other. I urge each to appreciate the country's beauty, its history, its successes." Mr. Speaker, if our mantra, Mr. Speaker, is putting people first, this, Mr. Speaker, these words by the Governor General in his throne speech should not be for only when we're in office. These are words, Mr. Speaker, that we should spread and share, whether in opposition, Mr. Speaker, or whether we're in government. As a government, as parliamentarians, we all need to wish our country well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of these few words, I thank you.
The member for Viewfort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish at this time to once again thank the Holy Spirit for bringing me here. I thank the people of V4 North, my family, and all those who have played a role in me being here. Let me thank my colleagues, the Prime Minister, and honorable members for this opportunity once again to represent the people of V4 North and also to represent the government in relation to my responsibilities as Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the presentation which was made by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility for the estimates really is that of the Minister for Finance. The preparation of estimates of revenue and expenditure reveal the inner core of the thinking of any Minister for Finance. The estimates, this book, and Mr. Speaker, many times when we have town hall meetings, I bring this book to the constituents so that they can see the enormity of the task. This book, Mr. Speaker, has a lot of tables and figures, but these figures and the allocations guide your investigation, if you will, of the thoughts of the Minister for Finance, and by extension, that of his cabinet colleagues, and the thoughts and soul of the party which mobilize the people who put us in this government. We support the allocations which focus on development of our people. We support the allocations which focus on the development of our businesses. We support the allocations which put them first. We support the provision of opportunities to the youth in a tangible and significant way so that the young people can make real their dreams. We support the money allocated in the estimates for our heritage, cultural and creative expressions, so we as a people can be free to be ourselves and earn from these expressions wherever we can. Mr. Speaker, we understand that we must support in a meaningful way through the different allocations. We must support the weak, the vulnerable, and those who are going through difficult times as best as we can. For each of us around this table on this side, Mr. Speaker, has emerged from a struggle for bread, justice, and freedom. I, Mr. Speaker, come from the Teachers Union and from the cultural and artistic struggle. The comrade next to me, the member for Babuno, comes from a struggle of leadership in the trade union struggle. The one to my left, member for Labrie, struggle in youth and the trade union movement. And we can go on and on. Youth, housing, struggles in community work, struggles in community. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance is from a people's struggle of many years. He has been at the forefront of the expansion of tourism, trade, and investment in past St. Lucia Labour Party governments. And therefore, I know, Mr. Speaker, that these estimates are guided by a constant focus on putting people first, and these estimates, Mr. Speaker, are pregnant with opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there's a background to these estimates. Like myself, Mr. Speaker, Ministre Finance Monarchy mette ces estimates ensemble. Il y a et qui savent pour qui ça c'est estimé ça là. C'est les mots mais dit fois si j'ai un gouvernement dit fois ministre, il mettait là parce que les Mr. Speaker ça allait ils ont mis un chaï dit fois bataille en société et en la vie. Et nous tout en les sites ça là. So garder nous et travail nous avec qu'ils allaient avant moi-même l'année dit fois ministre en gouvernement le bas parti ça là. Et que tout, Mr. Speaker, nous tous, nous avons l'histoire en travail, whether commune nous, différents, même ces unions, ça ouvre, regardez, Mr. Speaker, nous tous, ça a dit. So, Mr. Speaker, before I go further, there is a background to these estimates. The first estimates of revenue and expenditure since our victory on July 26, there must be a background. We were led into the election, we were led by this Minister for Finance. We exposed the faults of the previous presentations of estimates and revenue, Mr. Speaker. The people understood, the people felt the negative impacts of the former Minister for Finance's proposals, and you know what? They fired him, Mr. Speaker. The estimates of this Minister for Finance, this one here, cannot be like that of the member for Miku South. And I understand, that's why I understand the frustration of the member for Miku South. I understand his anger. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that he cannot take it that these, what he used to call you boys on this side, these people over there are the ones presenting the estimates of revenue and expenditure. He cannot understand it, Mr. Speaker. So I understand this frustration. But what did this Minister of Finance find? What did we find? According to our report, and I can make it a document of the House because I note it has not been made a document of the House, the member for Shrezal Saltibus raised it, he exposed it, but I have a copy too. But he did not delve into it, he just exposed it. And he spoke about, oh, the situation is because of their performance. But according to this document, Mr. Speaker, it is called the macroeconomic performance and medium-term response document. And if you read this document, Mr. Speaker, you will find in part the background to the estimates which this Minister of Finance has presented. And you know what the background is, Mr. Speaker? All of the gurus they had over there. And in this document, percentage change in real GDP declined from 3.5% in 2017, it went to 2.9% in 2018, minus 0.1% in 2019, and of course with COVID, minus 20.4%. GDP per capita, Mr. Speaker, 7% in 2017, and declined gradually until a sharp fall in 2020, of course, because of COVID-19 effects. Mr. Speaker, while there was some improvement in employment, this Minister for Finance inherited an unemployment rate going to 21.7% and climbing. The poverty rate estimated to be at 20% in 2020, of course, as exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The socioeconomic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in St. Lucia survey, there is a survey which is called the Socio-Economic Impact of the COVID-19 Pandemic in St. Lucia. It found that 43% of St. Lucians who had worked prior to March 2020 had been out of work, and 71.2% of households reported a decrease in income from the main source of livelihood. Further, Mr. Speaker, in the tourism sector, where the impact of the pandemic was hardest on employment, it had a disproportionate impact on women. In the region, according to ECLAC, Mr. Speaker, female employment in tourism exceeds the regional average here in St. Lucia. In St. Lucia, it's 20.8% female employment in tourism. The region, it's 11.9%. And you know what this report said, Mr. Speaker? This same document. The St. Lucia's economy had enjoyed 5 years of moderate expansion starting in 2014. You heard that, Mr. Speaker? St. Lucia's economy is in there, you know, I'm not the one who wrote it. St. Lucia's economy had enjoyed 5 years of moderate expansion starting in 2014. By 2019, performance had waned. It's in there. By 2019, performance had waned. Then COVID-19 came in 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not just COVID-19. This member for Miku South parading all over the place like he's a guru of of managing the economy. This report from the Ministry of Finance lays it bare that this member for Miku South failed the people of St. Lucia and failed the economy of this country. So no parading. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the background. Some of it is not man-made. COVID-19 came and we saw the sharp declines. So I'm not blaming that on him. But before COVID-19, the reports are there. And St. Lucians must go and look for it. So that's where we start. Your performance. Because Mr. Speaker, look at the leave gouvernement même kadi, même parlement Mikou South qui était premier ministre avant, il était qu'à faire chay show off tout partout, à cause de celui qui s'est managé l'économie, qu'à couiller nous toute qualité, non, Tiboy, Jackass, toute qualité bagaille, à cause de celui qui met, et leave yo même, qu'a dit nous, Mr. Speaker, qui depuis 2014, le même parlement vieux for South, c'était ministre finance, Livio même qu'a dit, l'économie a été qu'à profiter. Il était qu'à profiter. Si vous avez joué cricket, il était un pitch là, by 2 runs, 3 runs, 4 runs, de temps en temps, Mr. Speaker. L'économie a été qu'à profiter. À bas, ministre finance, sur même parlement vieux for South. Mais depuis 2019, performance là commence à descendre. Et qui est-ce qui t'a mis? Qui est-ce qui t'a ministre finance? Même parlement, Mikou South. So, Mr. Speaker, c'est qualité bagaille ça là. Premier ministre nous, et même parlement Castries is joint. Et c'est pour ça nous nous qualité estimate ça là. So, Mr. Speaker, therefore, the estimates reflect this situation. And so the Minister for Finance, I'm sure, sleepless nights saying to himself, my goodness, how do I revive this economy? And I associate myself with the provisions there because I believe, Mr. Speaker, just as I believed in his leadership in the last general elections, they called him all kinds of names. Yodika Bege, Yodika Fetut Kalti Bagay, all kinds of names. Just as I believed in the leadership of the Member of Parliament for Castries East, leading up to the elections, I believe that his leadership will take this country out of the economic morass which was left by the last government. Mr. Speaker, before I look at the estimates, you will permit me, I heard the Member of Parliament for Choiseul speak to the issues, and he said all of the things that we are not doing or doing. I don't want to spend my time doing this, although I can spend 1 hour comparing. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll just take about 10. From June 2016, when they took office, when the people of St. Lucia gave them this opportunity, to February 2017, that was 8 months. 8 months. And July 2021 to March, to now, March 2022, 8 months. Let's compare just briefly. I'm not even going into all of the things, Mr. Speaker. During this very 8 months, in the first 8 months, they quickly signed the DSH deal, Mr. Speaker, giving away hundreds of acres of our land. And up to now, Mr. Speaker, this report will come later, up to now, we can't get to the real bottom of this thing. The people of St. Lucia, in the first 8 months, were already up in arms with what this government's intentions were. First 8 months. Mr. Speaker, they fired close to 1,000 workers whom they said were 90% Labour Party supporters, putting close to 1,000 people on the breadline. They were already talking about Dolphin Park, Mr. Speaker, organizing. They were already in discussions and organizing for some concept called Lockerbie. And we see all of the playing fields around the country. And I saw a picture on Facebook with endless water pumps and hoses trying to cool down a playing field with plastic cancerous material in the Dennery area. That's what, Mr. Speaker. They use this model, Mr. Speaker, and continued all around St. Lucia. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, they were already engaging, speaking to and organizing Ernst & Young. And they were already pushing back our qualified public servants, Mr. Speaker. This Minister of Finance did not do that in the first 8 months. In the first 8 months, the former Prime Minister, member for Miku South, you couldn't find him anywhere in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Flying here, flying there, flying over there, shooting over there, the big bird, Mr. Speaker. First 8 months. In that time period, Mr. Speaker, they had already stopped the St. Jude Hospital, started a major audit for close to $1 million. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, we could not find our Radio St. Lucia. The tourist board, we couldn't find it. They were systematically dismantling the local institutions of St. Lucia in the first 8 months to do what they thought would be their bidding for 20 and 35 years. But what about us in the first 8 months? Quietly in the first 8 months, reinstatement of tablets and laptop program, Mr. Speaker, just this week. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, we had already paid CXC fees for mathematics and English. In the first 8 months, we had already paid facilities fees for our children, freeing up money for our parents. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, up to now, we have not had not one Madi Pwete, Mr. Speaker. In the first 8 months, housing, we supported the ELSA housing program, and as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we are getting support from the Ministry of Housing to assist hundreds of people in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, first 8 months. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, the National Trust, which was disrespected, the subvention re-established, Mr. Speaker. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, the Distress Fund re-established, Mr. Speaker. In the first 8 months, thousands of parents received support through the Education Support Program, through SSDF. In the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, you know what? In the policy, I'll give you the details. Repairs to scores of pieces of basic equipment at all of our hospitals, Mr. Speaker. In the first 8 months, support to bus drivers, Mr. Speaker. In the first 8 months, the Minister for Tourism in the policy will tell you all the negotiations for new hotel rooms coming to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. I've already passed 10. In the first 8 months, 12 to 14 brand new vehicles for the police force, Mr. Speaker. And in the first 8 months, Mr. Speaker, our dear Prime Minister has only traveled 3 times. And they can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in the first 8 months, they too, in their constituencies, the member for Miku South and the member for Shuzel, have received support from this government for all programs that we have had. Not like them, Mr. Speaker. We're not like them. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not like them. We are not like them. Very different. And only one PS transferred so far. So, Mr. Speaker, I've been given this opportunity for the 4th time by the people of V4 North to stand here. I thank the people of V4 North. And I appreciate their steadfastness. C'est gens V4 North là, je vous remercie et je vous remercie qui nous tenir chaque difficulté, à chaque bagaille qui pas été fait, qui était pour fait. Mais yo du bout avec moi toujours et qui dit on la foi qui cousa là. Et Premier ministre Philippe J. Pierre qui te vin belle vie because papa soit belle vie, chaque monde passe à ça. Et le Premier ministre l'a venu le plein fil belle vie avant l'élection. Il dit nous can take care of that. They believed it, and Mr. Speaker, they sent me back to this house. So I'll continue to do the very best to search for opportunities for our youth, our institutions in V4 North, and to ensure that access is given to all opportunities, Mr. Speaker. We will achieve our dreams, Mr. Speaker, because in part, we have confidence in this Minister for Finance. We associate with his compassion and share his yearning for the creation of opportunities for our people to grow and develop. I want to thank my staff, Ms. Shomian Popi, Ms. Angie Kedo, Mr. Lincoln Francis, and I want to thank the constituency group team and leaders at all polling division levels, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the budget, Mr. Speaker, and the various heads of expenditure. The people of V4 North wish to know what in this budget will excite them. Here is what we dream of, Mr. Speaker. In the next 4.5 years and in the future, we place economic opportunities and employment as our #1 priority. Infrastructure, roads and facilities, we have a serious problem with that in V4 North, and it was the theme of many campaigns of the United Workers' Party, including the last one, and therefore this is our 2nd priority. Education and training, Mr. Speaker, 3rd priority. Our 4th priority in V4 North is the digital economy and the expansion of technology. 5th, the glue of our constituency, which is the arts. So journey with me, Mr. Speaker, as I spend a few minutes to go through the budget estimates and to see how the people of Vieux-Fort North will benefit. I wish to say to you, Mr. Speaker, for us to benefit from this budget, we need to ensure that our governance structures in Vieux-Fort North are strong. So our constituency council, headed by Mr. Lincoln Francis and his team, have been hard at work, meeting with various groups and organizing repairs to basic infrastructure, putting in place a development plan, and organizing in order for us to implement the promises of this budget. On Head 48, Head 48, Mr. Speaker, local government, we have under local government the council, but also the council oversees the development committees, the Bellevue Development Committee, the Grace Bureau, and the newly formed Mont Cayenne Development Committee. I want to promise these development committees that they will get support through the SSDF and also through the Constituency Development Program for the social programs and community building activities. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the newly formed Mont Cayenne Development Committee was at it, organizing, and they are very pleased that after 5 years of neglect, finally the Mont Cayenne playing field got some attention, and we have cleared it, and they are going to be having some great activities this weekend, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the social transformation youth and sports officers who are public officers are also on board helping us. The large number of young people who have skills and hobbies, Mr. Speaker, which can be transformed into businesses, will get support from the $10 million which was placed in the youth, for the youth economy in the Department of Finance. C'est jeune moun, Mr. Speaker, l'année $10 millions qui gouvernement a mis pour nous travailler avec jeunes moun qui ni business, qui voulait business pour travailler. As I said to you earlier, Mr. Speaker, our focus is really on transforming Vieux-Fort North to ensure, first of all, that we get employment, we get opportunities for employment for our people, both young and aging. Mr. Speaker, there are many young people in Vieux-Fort North who are looking forward to this. Yannick Asson, who's a great craftsperson, and we have individuals like Billy and others who are already into the e-commerce, Mr. Speaker. We want, in addition to agriculture and fisheries and so on, these are our traditional areas of endeavor in Vieux-Fort North. We are strong there, but Mr. Speaker, as parliamentary representative, I want to champion the transformation into e-commerce, electronic means of doing things in Vieux-Fort North, and I'm hoping that this $10 million can help us. We have others like Kenya St. Romain and Vanessa Aldonza and Karen Isidore, Mr. Speaker, who are into food and doing great work to ensure that their small business survive. We have young people in clothing and textiles, the craft youth in Piero and CMOS processing, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to accessing this $10 million. People who are in production of styles for nails and so on, and the Tetmon Nail Tech and Noel Silis and others, Atlee Clovis with his car wash. All of these young people, Mr. Speaker, are looking forward to the $10 million, and it's not just shouting to say we have $10 million for the youth economy. Head 41, agriculture. As I've said before, Mr. Speaker, this is what we have used in Vieux-Fort North traditionally for employment, for income. We are still one of the largest banana producing areas in St. Lucia. And while we have stresses with bananas, I have confidence in the Minister for Agriculture, the Member of Parliament for Dennery South, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, or on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, I joined the Prime Minister, other ministers, and the Member of Parliament for Dennery South, where, Mr. Speaker, he gave some support to the National Fair Trade Organization, and we are looking forward to assistance to our banana farmers in Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker. The CMOS, we have an emerging sector. The CMOS farmers, I've spoken about it before, and there have been developments in that area. The Opicon CMOS farmer, Mr. Speaker, there are 60 to 70 members of the Opikon-Simos farmers and 12 women working full-time. Can you just imagine, Mr. Speaker, what support to the Opikon-Simos farmers can do? The Opikon-Simos farmers are seeking the assistance of Invest in Lucia to get a plot of land where they can develop drying facilities for the Simos, and we are going to work with them to achieve that. Our Savans Bay fish landing facility, this has gone through tremendous to and fro from one administration to the next. We, Mr. Speaker, with a grant from the Taiwanese government in 2014, thereabout, of $1.1 million, Mr. Speaker, we were able to construct the Savans Bay fisheries fish landing facility and also one at Pralin. We were able to construct two. Plus, Mr. Speaker, we were able to refurbish the buildings at both Savans Bay and Pralin. 1.1 million, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing about 3-point-something million for the floating jetty at Miku, but that's for another story, Mr. Speaker. So I am hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Agriculture will continue the work. I am aware that the electricals will be coming soon. We'll continue the work for the fishers, not only fishers, but now we have a number of tourism-related activities out of the Savans Bay fisheries port, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to that. And while this project was started when I was Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Cooperatives and Rural Development, I know that this project is not finished. And under the last government, there were many delays and some assaulting or all kinds of things. But I know this Minister for Agriculture, my comrade from Denry South, will see this project through for the people. Mr. Speaker, I am very excited about the cassava industry. And while it is something that we have not finalized, I would love to see a cassava factory in the constituency of Vieux North. We have the space, Mr. Speaker. There are two locations, one at Grace and one at Bellevue, that already exists. We must, as we work around the banana industry, we must continue, Mr. Speaker, to look for other avenues to cause there to be continuous employment in agriculture. And we have said this before, cassava is one of these areas. Cassava not only can be eaten, cooked, certain kinds of cassava, but Mr. Speaker, we can use it for flour and so many other products. And this is something I believe which can serve my constituency and other constituencies well. Mwende, Mr. Speaker, as affaire agricole, cassava c'est un bagay qui nous a fait un chay Vieux North, et nous a fait un factory cassava Vieux North. Pour gouager cassava là, sec cassava là, pour faire farine, avec farine France cassava, avec cassava ça fait un chay différent bagay. Quand ça l'année ça là, moi j'ai commencé à parler avec ces femmes, et nous ni building à Vieux North, qui ça fait ça. Avec nous pas ni pour faire un building neuf, là ni building, et moi regarder si nous ça fait ça Vieux North. We are looking for the continued support, Mr. Speaker, on the Head 41 to the Horizon Brothers of Greece, the honey producers, and organizations like the Yale Group, among others, young people who started some good work, Mr. Speaker, and with support, I am sure they will do so. Still on the Head 41, agriculture, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Member of Parliament for Soufrière and her leadership, Mr. Speaker, in the cannabis, the forward movement of the cannabis industry. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Member of Parliament for Soufrière will deliver with the cannabis industry. And in Vieux North, there was one time, Mr. Speaker, our brothers and sisters in Vieux North were, that's one group, Mr. Speaker, which got the brunt during the days of heavy discrimination and you know, the law came down heavily on the Rastafarians of Vieux North. I am hoping that as the world has changed and some of those who came with helicopters and gunships to brutalize and slaughter those in the hills of Grace now have the biggest industries in the world, I'm hoping that these very same people, Mr. Speaker, will get support. So they too can develop cannabis oil and soaps and products, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as affaires agricoles, ministre qui a représenté Soufouye, c'est lui qui chef un comité qui a gardé les affaires marijuana avec cannabis et qui manière nous a tourné dans l'industrie. Avec moi, savent, Chai, Rastafarian, Vieux-Fort-Neuf, jeune, tibulation as affaires marijuana, en temps marijuana, c'est really tout bagaille illégal. À présent, là, ça qui est illégal toujours, mais rôle la terre, Mr. Speaker. À présent, some qu'a coûté ces rasta, ces rasta te dit cannabis ni en bagaille, médecin dit dedans. Nous te ka battre, nous te ka foutre l'argent en prison, et tout bagaille, et même ces mounans qui te ka foutre en prison, et qui te ka battre avec hélicoptère, avec boulette, et tout bagaille comme ça, en pays à présent. Yo qui a servi plus marijuana. Comme ça nous veut dire, c'est Rastafarian Vieux-Fort-Neuf là, qui a joué une batte tubulation. À brise nous avons légalisé c'est cannabis industrie. Moi, je veux vous mettre pour vous joindre un choix à l'industrie, ça va, Mr. Speaker. Mais à présent, il dit marijuana avec Alzheimer's et tout ça. The Rastafarians told us so. But that's for another story, Mr. Speaker. The whole history of this, of us not listening to our own prophets, that's for another story. But Mr. Speaker, Head 54, Youth and Sports. Sports, recreation, and good health must come together, Mr. Speaker. Sports tourism, but health is connected to sports just as it's connected to food production, Mr. Speaker. The facilities in Vieux-Fort-Neuf, Bellevue, Pierrot, and so on, must come in for major attention. And I commend the Prime Minister, this Minister for Finance, for keeping his promise. Because as I said to you, Mr. Speaker, 2 days before the election, the Member of Parliament for Castries East spoke on the Bellevue playing field. And I don't know if somebody shouted something to him, but he said that when I become Prime Minister, this playing field will be rehabilitated and I will come to a ceremony to open up a pavilion with lights, Mr. Speaker. And in this budget, the Minister for Sports earlier in the debate announced that the Bellevue playing field will be rehabilitated with lights, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for this. There are other playing fields, Mr. Speaker, and as the term progresses, we will do our very best to pay attention to them. You must see, Mr. Speaker, throughout the constituencies, especially throughout the 6 constituencies which represented the opposition in the last term. You must really go, Mr. Speaker. I must really take you on a tour, although they are being worked on now, to see the state that these playing fields were left in. Neglect, Mr. Speaker. The Montcalm playing field, as I told you, the Bellevue playing field, all of the playing fields were neglected, except the Grace playing field, where the grass was cut with some connections, which I will leave for the policy debate. I am very pleased, Mr. Speaker, with the 758 Youth Connect. Very innovative, and I want to thank the Minister for Youth Development and Sports, Youth and Sports, for this. Well, Mr. Speaker, you can connect with young people. I'm also very pleased with the Youth Service Corps. I know that there are a few young people in Vieux-Fort-Neuf who are now employed with the Youth Service Corps, and I'm hoping that it continues. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that there's a program called the Geolocate program for young people or individuals who want to place their qualifications and CVs online. So I implore the young people of Vieux-Fort-Neuf, all parts of Vieux-Fort-Neuf, to get into this program. I want to encourage this term for our people of Vieux-Fort-Neuf to get up and get. Let's not wait for things to come to us. Let's get up and get. So put your CVs online and let us go for these opportunities. The expansion in the digital economy, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that I have been in contact with the officials of DigiGov, and we are looking at some of the facilities in Vieux North. When we were in government the last time, we looked at the facility at Bellevue, at Grace and others, the public facilities, so that we can have Wi-Fi, but this was stopped by the last government. Mr. Speaker, I'm in discussion to start a program where we can have a shift. Why can't our farmers and our vendors, Mr. Speaker, they use their cell phones for all kinds of things, some good things. They connect with their relatives on their cell phones. They send WhatsApp messages on their cell phones. They send videos and pictures on their cell phones. So we want, Mr. Speaker, I want to see our vendors in Vieux North, our farmers, those people who sell honey and so on, use technology as basic as the cell phone to spread the good news of their products and the quality of the products. So our vendors are not only going to the market in Vieux and in other places to sell, but people are coming to their homes through connection with the cell phone and technology. I want the constituency of Vieux North to be a top constituency in relation to the transfer of technology and the use of technology, Mr. Speaker. So we have started discussions with DigiGov, and we will be having some workshops to ensure that our people use more technology in Vieux North. Mr. Speaker, presque tout moun ni a cell phone. Adam moun ni 2 cell phone, Adam moun ni 3 cell phone. Moi vle a tem sa la pour moun ki ka vendre manger sorti Vieux North, parce que tout moun sa servi cell phone, pour servir cell phone et technology, pour mettre produit yo, vouer produit yo en les cell phone, pour moun sa dachin yo ni comme dachin nan. Comme ça, vous pouvez dépenser moins d'argent. Peut-être, si on peut aller en ville 3 fois par semaine, peut-être vous pouvez payer le transport, aller en ville 2 fois par semaine. Comme ça, moi, j'ai parlé avec mon DigiGov, ce ministre-là, pour venir workshop avec Jean Vieux North pour servir cell phone, pour vendre ça yon ka produit. And I look forward to this. Head 46, Community Tourism. Mr. Speaker, there are already some community tourism related activities in Vieux North. TJ's Lounge from Grace, Zilon Aldonza Convenger and her guest house, people like Jane Inns, mixologist, Manessa O'Brien, people like Risa Fontinel. There are so many activities already, Mr. Speaker, but there are activities, the Bellevue Waterfall, Bellevue Heritage Performance Areas. And I've had discussions with the Member of Parliament for Castries South, Minister for Tourism, and we have started our discussions into performance amphitheaters. And I also want to thank Mr. Christopher Hunt, who also, Mr. Speaker, has looked at the area, and there are some areas that have been identified in Vieux North for performance amphitheaters. So we are going to develop these areas with beautiful scenery and so on. We also have a gastronomy experience in Vieux North. The Kako Vijay Seventh-day Adventist Church, I've said before, these people and also the people of Dimari have a unique East Indian gastronomy experience, which we can develop into some touristic experience, Mr. Speaker, and they can earn income from it. The CMOS farmers have some kind of touristic experience there, Mr. Speaker. Unique tour possibilities, the Southeast Coast, views from bamboo and the waterfalls and our rivers, school tours, our forests at woodlands, and the camping possibilities. We have a place in Vieux North called Vigée, Mr. Speaker, and I've said so to only a few people. When you drive through Vigée, depuis rivière Vigée, vous voulez dormir, Mr. Speaker. It is calm. You drive through Vigée and all your problems are gone. And you look at the area, this is a beautiful site for camping infrastructure. Just imagine 100 or 200 locals or tourists camping in the Vigée area, Mr. Speaker, and we have a lot of crown lands in that area, and I'm hoping that we can develop that. Training, Mr. Speaker, one graduate per household, we are looking forward to this, and we see the allocations for small business, and our women in particular can benefit from this. What can I say about Head 51, the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment? SSDF, HOPE. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we will be consulting with that ministry because the people of Vieux North have a lot of ideas. We want to support some employment through HOPE so that we can ensure that the benefits of this budget accrue to our people. Just one thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker. I want a special program in Vieux North, and I want to encourage all constituencies to do it, so that we employ someone who can work with all the community groups, so that we can use health to ensure that there is a health inclusion program in all community organizations. I don't want at this time to go through this, but when we go to the policy, Mr. Speaker, I will explain to you why health and wellness must become part of every single agenda, every single discussion within community groups in St. Lucia. Proud and invest in Lucia. Land ownership is a big issue, and next week, Mr. Speaker, I will be joining the Proud team in the Opico area to further the discussions on the development of the Opico lands. Mr. Speaker, the last time we were in government, the former Prime Minister and member for Vieux South did include the Opico area in the Proud program. I've always been thankful for that, and hopefully we will progress on this as there's an allocation in the budget for Proud. Invest in Lucia, we had a meeting with Invest in Lucia, and I want to tell the people of Grace and Piero that there is movement, there is progress. The minister with responsibility for Invest in Lucia ensured that Invest in Lucia met the whole cabinet, and there are some proposals, and I'm hoping that the rationalization plan will be advanced, taking into consideration our concerns. C'est problème terre, Mr. Speaker, Proud avec Invest in Lucia, nous a joint avec eux, avec nous une solution, nous une développement. I also toured with the Commissioner of Crown Lands, and I want to thank him, Mr. Speaker. We went to the Vevacel, Montcayenne, Plainfield area, and so on, and there are lots of possibilities I will speak to at another time. Head 43, Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, our hope for justice where roads are concerned, that hope is beginning to see signs. And I know, without going into details, that the people of Vieux North are already elated in some parts of the constituency. We will speak when we see, we already know what's happening. I am very happy, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to seek the assistance of the QAT Fund, and I know that many roads in Vieux North, especially the farm community roads, were part of that QAT program, and I don't want to say much now. Le bagayla press, we bagayla ka commencer tweet, nous ka vinn parler. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about the investment in CXC fees and the education support. The glue of our community is really Head 46, the grants for artists and art in community spaces. I was elated, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Member of Parliament for Castries South speak to grants for the creatives, music, dance, art. I can see paintings, Mr. Speaker, in the Bellevue Gap. I can see in the Grace Gap. I can see in all of our bus shelters in Vieux North. And we have a number of young people who can paint, Mr. Speaker. You will get some opportunities from this program. I can see what Sylvanus Charles is saying, and the Vieux Twizin Boys, and Clint Mitchell, and Damian Williams. I can see that they are elated, but we must organize ourselves in order for us to benefit. I can see the schoolyards, Mr. Speaker. The Pierrot Schoolyard. If you have been to the Pierrot Schoolyard, in addition to wanting a new block for the Pierrot School, you can see that space as an amphitheater and a little jazz festival in the Pierrot Schoolyard. What about the Grace Yard with these beautiful mango trees? We have it in in Beaufort North, Mr. Speaker. And I want to combine the use of educational facilities and community action, painting all of the yard, and ensuring that we can maximize the use of these spaces for beautiful, calm spaces in Beaufort North. So I look forward...
Member for Beaufort North, you have 15 minutes left.
That's fine, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the programs from Head 46. The housing program, Mr. Speaker, and the Member of Parliament for Castle Central has started this program. And Mr. Speaker, it's an exciting program. I want to tell the people of Beaufort North, as the Member of Parliament for Castle Central has said many times, we are dealing with the vulnerable, the elderly, those who have disabilities, those whose houses are completely down. Let us deal with these first, and then we are going to continue. Very soon, within the next few days or within the next 2 weeks, you will see construction and repairs to houses. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Permanent Secretary, the Acting Permanent Secretary, Miss Jenny Daniel, my Secretary, Miss Florius, the staff at all the centers, our hospitals, our wellness centers, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our partners, the governments. This COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, stretched the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs to the limit. And many people came to our assistance, even though they too had their problems. The government and people of Taiwan, Mr. Speaker, the United States of America with the Field Hospital, the French, long-standing partnerships, the British, India, and there are so many other governments and organizations, Mr. Speaker, PAHO, WHO. I also want to thank Mr. Springer, the chair of the COVID-19 Management Center and his whole team, and the medical staff, the clinical staff, the CMO, and so many others who worked throughout this pandemic. Especially, Mr. Speaker, the staff and management of the respiratory hospital, which was Victoria Hospital. So the total budget, Mr. Speaker, of $186,546,100, it includes the following: the COVID-19, $33.87 million, and last year, Mr. Speaker, the expenditure for COVID-19 saw $11.5 million to quarantine services, $5.016 million to the Cuban Medical Brigade, $2.4 million to the Cuban medical salaries, Amber Solutions software, $454,000, oxygen supply for COVID-19 patients, $5 million. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue with the COVID-19 program and the budget, because while we see the numbers are going down, we cannot take a chance. We must be prepared, Mr. Speaker. We now have the responsibility for elderly care, and $1.790 million was put aside for the elderly care program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish at this time to really thank all those who have worked tirelessly to help the elderly in this country. Help Age, all those in the elderly care homes, the Missionary of Charity, Sister Kirpo Roshan and her team, Monsignor Honorable Patrick Anthony, the St. Lucy's Home, Mr. Philip Sylvester and his team, the Adelaide Home, Monsignor Patrick Anthony, Andrea Alcid, acting coordinator of the Cornerstone Humanitarian Home at Vigi, and there are others, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank them for their service to this country. The Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home is now under our care, and we will, with this budgetary allocation, Mr. Speaker, be improving the care at the Comfort Bay Senior Citizens Home. We will move to ensuring that we reorganize so that we can take in more residents, and so that we can ensure that the home works efficiently. The primary health care services, $18.423 million. The health and wellness centers, and Mr. Speaker, over the last 8 months in primary care, we have worked tirelessly, thanks to Mr. Polio and his team. We have worked tirelessly to ensure that we have activities which caused us to fix or to repair basic equipment at all of the wellness centers, Victoria Hospital and St. Jude Hospital. If I show you the list, Mr. Speaker, of basic equipment, we've now established a biomedical workshop at the respiratory hospital, and repairs are currently ongoing, Mr. Speaker. That is a story in itself, and I would like to thank the biomedical engineer, Mr. Polio, and his team. We want to ensure the availability of drugs, the STI clinics and sexual reproductive health, and so on. I wish to recognize, Mr. Speaker, the faces of cancer, the doctors and nurses who give up their time to educate and to contribute even during the weekends, Mr. Speaker. All around the country, they continue to educate and to intensify. I wish to thank them even for the work in my constituency, where we had possibly the largest men's health fair ever, where we had so many men, a shine non vendor. And even in the news, Mr. Speaker, it has been said that men are suddenly coming out, Mr. Speaker, to check their health. And I wish to applaud all men in St. Lucia for checking their health, because prostate cancer is the #1 killer. Although cancers make up the #1 killer in St. Lucia, prostate cancer, Mr. Speaker, is something that's important. Mr. Speaker, public health care services, $8.69 million, where we monitor potable water. We do health promotion, port surveillance, and the compliance to environmental health standards. Our secondary and tertiary healthcare services, $71.617 million. The OKEU, Mr. Speaker, the National Mental Wellness Center and St. Jude Hospital. An allocation is made, as the Minister for Finance indicated, to continue work on the St. Jude Hospital. And also, we have an allocation to do basic work at the current location, the stadium. And I was just told, Mr. Speaker, today that the Ministry of Health is trying to assist the St. Jude board with some basic equipment and other supplies. The St. Jude story, Mr. Speaker, will be told. And the situation which St. Jude was left in, it's not just the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. It is the conditions at the current location, the supplies that the doctors don't have. And you say bagay se Dr. Abize, like moving here, join your pani and shy se bagay sala, and we have been working with them. And I will tell you more in the policy debate about the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. I wish to thank Mr. Michel and his team, the new chairman of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex board. I know it's a difficult task. And I wish to thank Mr. Elevic and his team, the new chairman of the St. Jude Hospital board. A lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker. I salute all of you. I salute all of the staff of the respiratory hospital. Mr. Speaker, we increased grants to the St. Lucia Sickle Cell Association, the Cancer Society, the St. Lucia Diabetic and Hypertensive Association, the OKEU. But I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, that our overseas specialist treatment also receives support. That is an area which requires special attention. We have so many requests for overseas treatment, and in the policy debate, Mr. Speaker, we'll be clearer on what we will do in that regard. It's important to note that we owe the French 386,000 euros, Mr. Speaker, about 1.158 million EC dollars. We owe local medical institutions $500,000, Mr. Speaker. This is what we found, and the amounts keep growing. I've asked my staff, Mr. Speaker, to initiate discussions with the French, and the French are very willing, so that we can have a proper agreement, so that our government can pay this bill, whether it be in a structured way. We pay it every quarter, every 2 quarters, so that we show the French and the people and the French people that we too are taking responsibility for our obligations, Mr. Speaker. We thank the French government for this. Mr. Speaker, in the Health System Strengthening Project, there is an allocation which will see the performance-based financing mechanism elevated to the stage where it will become the first phase of the implementation of the universal healthcare program in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. What will happen is we will get this program, Mr. Speaker, to do the pilot phase of its work, and then we are going to explain to you.
You have 5 minutes left.
We will explain to you, Mr. Speaker, how we will roll out the UHC. Mr. Speaker, universal healthcare, c'est un bagay, nous kay commencer l'année là. Avec nous kay commencer avec public-based financing mechanism. Mr. Speaker, nous kay joindre $4 million américains, $4 million US to fund this program. And we will tell you in the policy debate how we are going to use it. So, Mr. Speaker, je veux remercier Janvier for North encore. Je veux remercier famille. I want to thank my family for continuing to take the brunt of this. I want to thank the Prime Minister. And I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, as I close, that this Minister for Finance got the context within which he had to prepare these estimates. And I just want to quote, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 minutes, from the manifesto, Putting People First. And this is what this Minister for Finance said, and I quote, "The policy proposals in this manifesto are designed to stem the worsening economic and fiscal position of this country, create an environment of wealth creation, create employment for those wishing to work, and provide a labor government with the necessary fiscal space to reverse the deteriorating health and social conditions of our country. The task before us is challenging, but if we work together as a nation, I give you my commitment that given the opportunity to lead this country, together with my team of able men and women, we shall together rebuild St. Lucia differently so that everyone gets a fair chance of reaching their full potential," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I support the proposals of this Minister for Finance, and I believe the people of Vieux North will benefit, and the people of St. Lucia are sure to benefit. Merci en cher, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The member for Vieux South, I'm just wondering whether this has ever happened before, from the north to the south.
No, you can put it. It's all right. More space. Thank you. Thank you, Officer. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I have come full circle. My political career, Mr. Speaker, is near completion. That is no secret, and there is no premature disclosure where that is concerned. I have had the honor to serve the people of St. Lucia as their Prime Minister for 3 terms. The distinction to serve as the leader of the opposition for 1 term, and then for another term as an ordinary member of the opposition. Now in this new term, I serve as a member of the political party that constitutes the government, and a backbencher in our parliament on behalf of my constituents. It has been a fascinating journey with its glory, its joys, sadness, adversity, betrayals, and beyond doubt, its remarkable triumphs. And the day does not go past in this island that I do not see evidence of the work of the former governments that I had the honor to lead. I imagine that former prime ministers probably say the same thing, though I would caution that some need to be far more careful than others. For example, Mr. Speaker, when on late nights I drive from Beaufort South to Cul-de-sac, I'm always struck by the fact that there are lights illuminating the entire highway. That was never the case, never ever. And it was tribute to Calix George, a former minister of an SLP government, and myself, that those lights were installed throughout the highways of this country. I am eternally grateful, Mr. Speaker, to my constituents, the St. Lucia Labour Party, and to the people of St. Lucia for the distinction of serving them. And be assured, Mr. Speaker, this is not a goodbye speech. I haven't reached that point yet. But just an introduction to the comments that I would wish to make on the estimates of revenue and expenditure in 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, I can only hope that those who retreat from politics see only dishonor, manipulation, and cynicism can come to understand that there is no greater honor than to be of service to country, to citizens, and to community. I will in time, Mr. Speaker, on another occasion, speak to the role of a backbencher in our parliamentary system. You see, Mr. Speaker, there are some in our midst who do not seem to understand the real purpose and value of a backbencher in our parliamentary system. Suffice it to say today, Mr. Speaker, in responding to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2022-2023, my most sacred obligation, my preoccupation, my number one priority is to my constituents, the people of Beaufort South. Despite the repeated stormings of the barricades of Beaufort South, despite all the odds, despite all the swings, the people of Beaufort South voted me to be their representative for an unprecedented 6th term. In this Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I share that distinction with a member for Castries East. And I should add, Mr. Speaker, I am humbled, eternally grateful to the constituents of Beaufort South. My thanks are immeasurable. I am and will always be their faithful servant. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have on a previous occasion, though not in this chamber, suggested that parliamentarians do not often speak about their emotional ties to their constituencies. Some are too recent, perhaps. Mine, Mr. Speaker, is a great and undying love affair. The member for Labrie Roger does, of course, speak of the Republic of Labrie. It's his way of suggesting a certain attachment. I prefer, Mr. Speaker, softer, gentler descriptions that touches the spirit, the soul, and the being. Mr. Speaker, I say this. I am proud of the people of Beaufort South.
I am proud that they are different, resilient, defiant. I admire the fact that they will never tolerate or accept being treated as second-class citizens in their community and in their country. And yes, they are tired of those state agencies that occupy their community and do not contribute to their welfare, development, and protection of their environment and patrimony. After all these years, they're entitled to expect better from these state agencies. But that is another story in time. Mr. Speaker, when I served in opposition during the last term, 2016 to 2021, I brought to the examination of the estimates of revenue and expenditure a particular approach, one might say a more systematic and clinical approach. So, Mr. Speaker, in my case, I examined in those years, while in opposition, not only the financing of the budget, but the revenue projections, the fiscal policies of the government, the allocations of the various departments, including their programs and staffing. The objective is to expose the secrets of the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Inevitably, too, I focus on the capital budget and how the then government, meaning the former government, planned to answer the development needs of the country and, of course, my constituency. And what a disaster it has been, Mr. Speaker, these past 5 years. I have watched, Mr. Speaker, as the livelihoods of cattle farmers in Vieux-Fort have been destroyed. Totally destroyed because of the construction of DSH, the construction of the racetrack, and the lands given to DSH. Today, Mr. Speaker, farmers who had individually some over 20, 30 heads of cattle, they are left with 2, they are left with 6, they are left with 3. And what has happened is that an entire livelihood has been destroyed, and I fear, Mr. Speaker, there will never be any resurrection. So those cattle farmers in Vieux-Fort South, Mr. Speaker, who often provided the cattle to the butchers of Mark, are no more. And it's not just them, Mr. Speaker. I await for full declaration of how much land was actually made available to T.O.R. King and to DSH. I understand there were parcels of land that have been leased. There must be full disclosure. The leases must be made public. I want to know which parts of my constituency have been given away to T.O.R. King. I also want to know how many agreements there have been. There's a master agreement whose legal validity I doubt, but I want to see how many more agreements were signed even after the clear, unambiguous warnings to the former Prime Minister that he should not concede to any further agreements because the master agreement had serious legal issues that had to be dealt with. I want to see, Mr. Speaker. I want to see the danger that faces my constituents, and I want to make it absolutely clear that in my closing chapters of my political life, my priority will remain the sacred protection of the people of Vieux-Fort South. So, Mr. Speaker, I am awaiting the full disclosure, the details regarding this investment, and let me say, Mr. Speaker, 5 years have come and gone. 5 years have come and gone, and all the opportunity in the whole world to have seen one single major investment, but no, not one, except the horse racing track built at a monumental cost, including being financed by the funds and the monies of the taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, I utter for what it is worth. I utter for what it is worth, Mr. Speaker. I have said that the first horse race that must take place on that horse racing track is a horse race with horsemen from Beaufort on their horses. I've made that abundantly clear. And any other horse race apart from that will meet certainly my disagreement, disapproval, and protest. It is inconceivable that an investment like that would be made in this country, and the people who for years have maintained the tradition in Beaufort that gave rise and birth to the possibilities of a racetrack, Mr. Speaker, they have been denied access to that facility. And that's the kind of tragedy that we faced. And when you see this government says it is putting people first, it is these things that lies at the opposite end of the spectrum that reminds us of how critical and crucial that we must put our own first. So on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, as a backbencher, preoccupied as I am with my constituency, the single question that I ask is this: what are the implications of the estimates of revenue and expenditure for my constituents, and secondly, our citizens? And all parliamentarians also ask that question, because everyone who speaks in this parliament refer to the challenges that they face in their constituencies. But of course, it has a special significance for persons like me who enjoy the backbenches of our parliament. Inevitably, this takes me first and foremost to the capital allocation for the budgetary cycle under review, ostensibly to determine if there are specific programs for my constituency and to comment on them. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, one cannot ignore the fact that there are initiatives which are not constituency specific, but are national in scope and depth, and so will impact individual constituencies and constituents. A good example would be the proposed program on the youth economy, financing the estimates before us. But more on that later. Unquestionably, crafting a budget in these times is a monumental, exacting undertaking. I do not envy the Minister of Finance. It is a huge, huge responsibility, as I indicated. While we await the statistics on the economy prior to the policy debate, the fundamental challenge which faces this government is to rescue the economy from the steep nosedive of the last 2 years. This economy experienced the steepest, most dramatic, most enduring decline ever in its history. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I have always said I will be vindicated, always. And there are those who write all kinds of things about the management of this economy under my stewardship. I will respond in due time, Mr. Speaker. In due time. But let's focus on this economy. It has been suggested that the economy saw, I think I heard a mention of 21%, I heard 22%, 24% decline in GDP. We know it ranges somewhere there. If that is the case, that would be the most severe contraction in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. No country in the OECS suffered as massive a contraction as this. And Mr. Speaker, do not tell me that this contraction had to do because now tourism is our leading sector and contributor to GDP. If that is the case, I ask, why is it that Antigua did not suffer a similar fate as the fate of St. Lucia? And the Minister of Finance says it is the 6th steepest decline in the world. So it is an unprecedented situation, and while the comments are benign, I've heard the member for Beaufort North politely suggest that he's not going to blame the former administration for the economic woes. The truth of the matter is that how that situation was managed is important. It cannot be ignored, and I heard the member for Castries North confirming that it is important. Not a shred of advice was taken from this side, though an environment existed for understanding, for cooperation and support, if it had been skillfully used. And I see the member for Sozel Saldibus is quietly reflective. And he's right to be reflective. I know this morning he cited me in support of the need for a water project in Saldibus. And let me say this, I'm not going to be partisan on this one. Saldibus needs a new supply of water urgently, and the turbidity that is in Saldibus and the environment going south is serious. So I support him in that, but I know that he's in quiet reflection and must be saying we should have done this differently, and perhaps if his political leader had listened, even if he had lost Sozel, he might not have lost as heavily as he did. I know that. Quietly and peacefully reflective, and all politicians have to go through that kind of gentle baptism. So it is an unprecedented situation, Mr. Speaker, and look at all the indices. Unemployment rose sharply, and we know why. Small hotels closed, small businesses in trouble, businesses contracted. Debt increased to unprecedented levels, and that's another story by itself, and I hope we can be fully explored. After all, I once carried the title of the Minister of Finance who borrowed most heavily in the history of this country. I see titles falling by with the wayside, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, but we shall see in due course, yes. Revenue declined precipitously, understandably again, but you know, it's the pain of the citizens of this country that concerns me in this period. Many became more deeply mired in debt. We have really not examined what our people have gone through in the detail that we should. So many had to touch their savings, so many had to withdraw their savings, so many had to incur more debt as they made adjustments to the banks, some of whom were merciless in their approach. And I want to send a notice early that I intend in the policy debate to speak about the banks and their treatment of St. Lucians when that moment comes. Mr. Speaker, you are aware, as I am, that businesses collapsed and closed, and the burden particularly fell on the small businesses. It's really a tragedy, and the cries for help, of course, went unheeded. I don't have to tell you, livelihoods were lost. And to compound all of this was a health crisis unleashed by COVID. Well, Mr. Speaker, in my more philosophical moments, I think of the experience of living under COVID and continuing to live under COVID. And I reflect on the fact, Mr. Speaker, that so many will have to cope with long COVID in the weeks and months ahead, and the Ministry of Health will have a responsibility to assist those persons to make adjustments, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the member for Beaufort North speak of continued investment to deal with COVID, and I pray that that continuing investment includes assistance to victims of long COVID, Mr. Speaker, because it's going to be a fundamental and major health issue for all of us. And Mr. Speaker, as an aside, while I'm touching the subject of COVID, I do hope we can all get together sometime soon in a memorial service for all of those who lost their my government is in office. All of us, in various ways, have been touched by COVID. I too have lost family, Mr. Speaker, more than one to COVID. And now, Mr. Speaker, when we thought we were edging to normalcy, we faced supply issues and unprecedented increases in prices of oil, energy, food, and other necessities of life. These issues make it imperative, Mr. Speaker, that we pay attention to domestic food production and supply in the weeks ahead. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture has a huge job, and I sincerely hope that he would be able to inspire farmers to plant and to reap, because the signs of a shortage of major agricultural products is a little worrying, and this weather perhaps is not as inviting as it should be at this time. But that's for another time. I'm sure come the policy debate, the minister will address more of that. But Mr. Speaker, these estimates of revenue and expenditure have seeds of hope. They have green shoots of recovery and growth. And there are some statistics that we can briefly touch to win our confidence and to win our support and to inspire the hope of which I speak. Take revenue intake. Revenue intake is in an upward swing from $926,779,826 in 2021 to a projected outturn of $1,079,567,631 in 2021 to an estimated $1,327,667,681 in 2022-23. Revenue does not increase in moments of despair or in moments when confidence has been lost. Revenue signals potential buoyancy. Capital expenditure is increasing from $267,814,455 in 2021 to a projected $276,599,214 in 2021-22, and then to $382,646,400 in 2022-2023. There is no question, Mr. Speaker, that this capital expenditure is justifiable because we have to catalyze the economy. And there's no question that the quickest and shortest path to doing so is investing heavily in construction. Then, Mr. Speaker, take a look at the overall surplus deficit. This was at minus $494,210,067 in 2020-21. Shows a $100 million decline to an estimated minus $394,566,319 in 2022 to 2023. Understandably, this deficit will not go down as quickly as some of us would hope, but at least the trajectory is evident. Then GDP has returned to a path of growth, 4.47 in 2021 to a projected 4.91 in 4.47 in 21, and to an estimated 5.47 in 2022-2023. Unemployment is showing signs of receding as the economy gradually opens up for business once again. Take a look, Mr. Speaker, once again at your budget summary. Or rather, Mr. Speaker, if you prefer, the revenue intake. It is interesting, Mr. Speaker, that actual personal income tax yielded $99,084,220 in 2021, $111,609,239 in 2021-22, and is forecasted to yield 114,867,926 in this budgetary cycle. Mr. Speaker, you don't collect income tax if people are not earning an income, if people are not going back to work. So it is a sign, an indication, Mr. Speaker, that unemployment is declining and incomes are beginning to improve. And as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, if construction resumes on carefully selected projects, there can be no doubt that there is room for optimism. If the minister can, as he has done, announce that promised salary increases will be paid to civil servants at the end of April this year, then there can be no greater statement of confidence in the future of the economy of this country. But I hasten to add, Mr. Speaker, huge challenges remain. In the finest traditions of the party that forms this government, in the finest traditions of the St. Lucia Labour Party, this government, this Minister of Finance, has decided to continue programs which existed at HEMET. You know, Mr. Speaker, while of course I understand all the nuances of putting people first, but this Labour Party has always been historically about putting people first in this country. And I'm not going to spend a whole hour today and go page by page, minute by minute, but that has always been the tradition of this Labour Party. And so I welcome the continuation of the Distress Support Fund, Mr. Speaker, and more I'll say on that shortly. I welcome the programs that are under the Ministry of Equity, and I'm hoping that in time we'll hear what is the future step. And then, of course, there's the housing program, of which I will say more in a few minutes, Mr. Speaker. I recall that a Labour Party government years ago had, in fact, a housing repair program that catered for the elderly in this country, and I'm glad we're returning to a program like that. Delighted, Mr. Speaker, to help the poor. Again, consistency, putting people first all the time has always been the history of the Labour Party, always. And of course, what better news than learning that the laptop program will be funded, and the poor people of this country will get a chance to have a laptop. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I said earlier on, not in any idle boast or in any promotion, and past that. Those things don't matter to me. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the former government acted with considerable vision and foresight when it made laptops available to the children of this country. Do you know how much we have suffered, the setback that we suffered when those laptops were taken away from these children? And I watched the enormity of it all, that the former government had to find ways and means to try and get laptops to the children. Had they continued the program, what a difference it would have made to education in this country. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I have a little passion for teasing the member for Swazelle, who unfortunately is all alone today. And I know that he would want to allow that to resonate. The implications of that is not just the loneliness of Parliament. No, that's not the issue. The issue is he's here taking in the debate, listening to his colleagues, respecting his colleagues. And I think he deserves to be applauded for that. He deserves our applause for that. But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is this, that there are moments I know he must have felt waves of despair. Oh, yeah. Because he did? Yes. You saw it? Yeah. You were sitting next to it? Right next to it. You see, Mr. Speaker, I speak the truth. Truth to the dispensation of power, as they say, Mr. Speaker. But he must have bowed his head in disappointment when that laptop program was taken out. I know that. But he's entitled not to allow his emotions to show. I mean, I fully understand. But you teased me this morning, so I have to tease you. All, Mr. Speaker, of these inherited programs of the former St. Lucia Labour Party government, and it is good that it is welcomed by all. But that has been the history. We have always put people first. And then certainly I welcome the new programs, the facilities fee, and the payment of CXC in English and Maths. Although, Mr. Speaker, I hasten to say that I hope the day will come when we will raise sufficient revenue and pay CXC for all the parents of this country so that they don't have to face the shame every year that they cannot meet payments of CXC. We cannot speak about an education revolution, Mr. Speaker. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, talk about our successes in education when, for many parents, finding the $500, $600, $800 in a sea of unemployment cannot pay for those fees, Mr. Speaker. So I look forward to that day because while I understand the logic with maths and English, but I hope that in time, whether it is incrementally or otherwise, we can add to that list. Now, Mr. Speaker, against that background, I want to just touch on some individual allocations on the capital side, because as I said, I am interested particularly in the capital budget. I spoke earlier about a distress fund, the allocation of $1 million. This is a welcome allocation, Mr. Speaker. In my time, the allocation fluctuated between $300,000 to $500,000. And never before did it reach $1 million. And I think the Minister of Finance has to be complimented for increasing it to $1 million. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is an allocation that is badly needed in this country. Although I believe that as much as it is needed, we do have constantly to remind people to employ safety measures in their homes regarding particularly the use of electricity and electrical connections. In fact, I believe the Ministry of Infrastructure has a huge job in that regard. I await the guidelines, Mr. Speaker, and I hope we can find room to assist those persons who suffered devastating fires this past 5 years. There are a number of people in my constituency who experienced fires, and I was not able to come to their assistance except get some clothes, make a little monetary contribution, that's it, and provide some food. So I hope that some of this allocation can go to some of those individuals in the past 5 years who suffered those devastating fires and to whom we can extend a helping hand. Because not many of them in these COVID times would have been able to build a home. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I say this in total sincerity. I'll tell you something, Mr. Speaker. I remember a sheet of plywood used to cost $82 or $76. Now go and buy a sheet of plywood. How much is it? 200 and something, I'm being told, is a sheet of plywood. So the plight of these individuals must be understood. Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to the Department of Home Affairs and National Security. I am happy, exceedingly pleased, as the Minister of Finance announced that some $2.1 million, I believe, will go to the repair of the Beaufort police station. This has been a sore point, not just to police officers, but to the people of Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, I have been at a loss to understand why the former government allowed what was a new facility to deteriorate in the manner that it did. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I remember I stood in this parliament complaining in the last budget about the state of the Beaufort police station during a debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure, asking clarification. And And the then Minister of Finance sat over there and looked at me, and when I said that this is a relatively modern building, he laughed and he scoffed and said, "A new building?" And that was his response. And you know, we are paying the price for allowing public buildings to deteriorate. And something has to be done about the culture of maintenance of public buildings in this country. Because of this constant refusal to fund the government buildings, they deteriorate exponentially, and then we have a monumental bill and huge sums of money have to be identified. It's an old, long battle. Those who are responsible in the Department of Finance to allocate funds somehow find a difficulty in allocating funds for repairs and maintenance. Although, yeah, they'll allocate funds for the repair of the public buildings like the Graham Louisi building and the rest of it, but not the other buildings around the country. That culture, I think, has to end. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, I go to the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, Food Security and Rural Development. An allocation of 1.1 million has been made available to fisheries. Of that amount, we do not know what amount Beaufort qualifies for, and I'm hopeful we will be advised of the allocation to Beaufort South as soon as possible. But you know, Mr. Speaker, that's another one. If we allow that facility to continue to deteriorate, we will pay the price. And we will find ourselves in a situation where significant sums of money will have to be obtained to maintain that building. I have, on a previous occasion, indicated that it is my view that the Beaufort Fisheries Complex should not be leased to Ocean Blue. This is nothing new. That has been my position. And I would not advise that they get involved in the management of this complex. However, if it is advised or decided that the complex should be leased to a private operator, the sooner tenders are invited, the better. The deterioration in the facility must be arrested at the soonest. And the Beaufort Water Supply Redevelopment allocated a sum of 14.5 million deserves special mention. Again, Mr. Speaker, the history of that is well known. It was a project conceived by a former Labour government. I remember the day when we turned the sod for that project and unceremoniously stopped after the election. Unceremoniously. And every budget, the member for Swazel will remember I asked about the Beaufort Water Supply Project. And every time when I asked, he looked straight at the door behind me, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member would not turn to me and utter a word of comfort or sympathy. But he was a gentleman, eh? Never for one moment you must doubt it. He was a gentleman. When as a parliamentarian you called on him, he responded. But I knew his sadness, so he would look at the door and would not turn neither right nor left, not even look at his Minister of Finance when he uttered his famous statements. So, Mr. Speaker, this project will hopefully cure the water problems of the South once and for all. So the perennial problem of turbidity, especially when it rains heavily, should hopefully end. There is one matter, however, which concerns me, and I'm happy that the member for Castries North, the Minister with responsibility for infrastructure, is here. And I wish to bring it to his attention, honourable members. It is a destruction of the roads caused by the laying of new pipes to facilitate the water project. Mr. Speaker, while such a project will undoubtedly make provision for repairs of roads, that is normal with CDB, it is likely to be the side of the roads where the pipes were laid that would be repaired, because it's the least cost. So the highways that were smoothly paved will then have a narrow lane where repairs are done, so you could actually see the difference between the remaining bitumen and the new bitumen that is constructed. I say this, Mr. Speaker, the destruction has been immense, and the truth is whole roads may have to be reconstructed. Mr. Speaker, as they say these days, I drinking water and minding my business. But surely the Auger Road requires more than rehabilitation, but complete reconstruction. And I say this because I was minding my business when I was driving down the road. It is in a terrible state. And I know the member for Labrie Auger perhaps will take some comfort, but I was, as I said, I am not interfering. I was only minding my business while I was driving on the road. But well, I am glad that you understand that cantonment is not in your constituency. St. Jude Hospital is not in your constituency. St. Jude Hospital is in the constituency of Beaufort South. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is one question I am hoping that the minister responsible for public utilities will answer. I ask, what is the future of that Wasco building in Beaufort? Constructed on prime lands to humiliate me. What is the future? You know, Mr. Speaker, I have to apologize to my constituents and the taxpayers of St. Lucia because I've cost them some money. They want to put up a building in Beaufort South because the former chairman of Wasco believed that that was the best way to win political support, to show that they're doing projects in my constituency, and to humiliate me by selecting a site close to where the administrative complex should have been built. Everybody in Beaufort knew that. Mr. Speaker, so I know why the building was constructed, but I don't understand why it was located where it was and for the reasons that were given. I do not know who designed that building, Mr. Speaker, but the building is ugly. It is ugly. It's a very ugly building. Beaufort don't deserve this, Mr. Speaker. Beaufort don't deserve a flat roof building like that surrounded by glass in an environment like that. We deserve better. Put up a majestic building. Put up a building people can say, that captures the inspiration of the community of Beaufort South. Nothing like that, Mr. Speaker. Nothing like that, Mr. Speaker. Flat top building with no character, no presence. No class. It doesn't elevate our community, Mr. Speaker. And now I'm being told it will cost a lot. But you know, Honorable Minister, the shackles have been removed. So when you see you stand to speak, I take it that you'll respond to the queries of, people like me, so that my constituents would be informed. So I want you to tell me the story behind the building. How much it costs, when it will finish. I need all of that information so I can address my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the National Housing, to the Ministry of Housing and Local Government. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, I welcome the allocation of $10.8 million for a National Housing and Assistance Program. It is totally consistent with the history of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Totally consistent. This is a welcome project. And as I said, the impact will be monumental, touching lives and changing lives. That will be the result. Needless to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the demand is huge. When the project was made public, I was swamped, overwhelmed. And it is natural that those communities with the greatest amount of poverty, the demand is going to be monumental because of issues of income support and income generation. So I was overwhelmed, Mr. Speaker. I have been at great pains to explain that there are 3 or more cycles of this project, and the opportunity will arise to assist others. so that those who did not get assistance on this round may receive assistance provided that they qualify under the established criteria, which I assume will be constructed, Mr. Speaker, with flexibility.
Member for Vieux-Fort South, you have 15 minutes left.
Speaker, check your time. I don't think you're right. I don't believe that you're right, Mr. Speaker. But you know, I'll abide. So, Mr. Speaker, that being said, Mr. Speaker, I hope Vieux-Fort will see an increase in the allocation in due course, and that the work that has to be done there will be done to the satisfaction of my constituents. Something we don't talk about often in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, cemeteries. It's always a morbid subject. And nobody likes to talk about cemeteries and so on. But I noticed that an allocation of $3 million was made to the Ministry of Housing, local government, for cemeteries. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize, because of the previous position that I had, how serious this matter is. And that this is not an issue to be ignored. It's a welcome allocation. It is really urgent. You know, Mr. Speaker, that over the years, the cemetery at Latuni in Vieux-Fort has become a major burial site for many. People leave Castries and ask to be buried in Latuni. People in Micoud leave Micoud, even if they're close by the sea, ask to be buried. Don't tell me, I can go and, you want me to bring you some tombstones? Ask to be buried in Latuni. It's a national thing. And so we have become a national cemetery in much the same way that Choc has been a national cemetery. But only yesterday I was advised that there are only 10 burial spots left in Latuni, and that is how serious the situation is. It means not even Vieux-Fortians will be buried in their own community in the days ahead. So, Mr. Speaker, it was pleasing yesterday that on Tuesday that the announcement was made about these allocations. And I'm hoping that we can move speedily, Mr. Speaker, to prepare for the expansion of the cemetery in Vieux-Fort South. But the cemetery that was supposed to have been located to ease the pressures at Choc in the Dayglow area, I'm hoping that perhaps some decision could be forthcoming. But we will wait and see, because people somehow don't like cemeteries next to their communities. It's amazing that we don't have a problem in Vieux-Fort, notwithstanding. So, Mr. Speaker, it was also pleasing yesterday to hear the comments made by some members about the PROUD program established several years ago that made it possible for hundreds of St. Lucians to secure land ownership. But, Mr. Speaker, the work in Vieux-Fort South is incomplete. Twice, Mr. Speaker, twice, lands were surveyed in Bruceville to be distributed to the inhabitants. On each occasion, the general election was lost, and the succeeding government refused to complete the process to allow the residents to own the lots on which they resided. Mr. Speaker, I hope this government will make the difference, and I hope that the people of Bruceville will finally get the lands on which they have resided all these years. They deserve it, Mr. Speaker. They deserve it. And I can give you 101 reasons, Mr. Speaker, why they deserve it. Mr. Speaker, Bruceville people are extraordinary. And a lot of people interpret them because of the issues of crime, which I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to discuss at some length when we do the policy debate. But you know, Mr. Speaker, the loyalty to the St. Lucia Labour Party has been unwavering. Do you know in one box my opponent, Mr. Speaker, got only one vote from Bruceville? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I forgot your relationship. This is too delicate. I should not have mentioned that, Mr. Speaker. Yeah. Or you try to ask. So, Mr. Speaker, The problem, I think, and the minister has to take a fresh look at it, Mr. Speaker, is a PROUD program as currently set up and administered. I urge the minister to take a fresh look at PROUD and perhaps free it of the shackles of the public service and create PROUD as an independent program of the government away from the current ministry. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. You know, Mr. Speaker, it's over 5 years. 5 years, Mr. Speaker, the people of cantonment have been promised the lands on which they reside. Subdivisions and surveys have been done in cantonment. 5 years, going to 6 years, we can't get anywhere. That can't be right, Mr. Speaker. Can never ever be right. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, I think the great debate will be over policy issues, and I leave it there just to say how pleased I am about the $1.5 million to rehabilitate the current St. Jude's Hospital. It's a welcome initiative. I express my support elsewhere. It will bring some relief to the employees and patients. And I note too the announcement that reconstruction of St. Jude Hospital will recommence this year again, a matter of policy debate. Under the Department of Economic Development, Youth Economy, an allocation of $28,029,100 has been made available. And of course, this will be fleshed out, as I said. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, the Ministry of Tourism, Investment, Culture, Creative Industries and Information, and this allocation of $5.9 million to village tourism, which I suspect, which I don't understand why the term was not changed, and I hope when this estimate is revised that this village tourism concept is thrown out of the window, because really it should be a different term. It should be community tourism, because I want to find, Vieux Fort is not a village, Vieux Fort is a town, and in fact this term, I want Vieux Fort to be named the city. I want to make it clear, you know, this has to stop. This issue that Castries is a city because of historic, Vieux Fort ought to be a city, and although I have not been asked, Mr. Speaker, I am out of line, but I agree that Roseville should also be named a city. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I missed the presentation of the Minister and Member for Castries South. So I do not know what he said about his programs for Vieux Fort South under the head. But woe be unto him if he excluded Vieux Fort South. And I have my ways I will find out in due course. If for any reason Vieux Fort South was not on his radar, then I want to notify him in the gentlest way that I could on this occasion that in the next few weeks he will be receiving the list of projects requiring funding for Vieux Fort South. And now, national programs. Quickly, Mr. Speaker. Two other allocations on the national programs interest my constituents. First is the allocation of $28,955,600 for the Constituency Development Project. Second is the allocation for youth empowerment and the youth economy in the sum of $10 million made up of grants and loans. The allocation for Constituency Development Project, Mr. Speaker, is, to my recollection, as I said earlier, the highest ever. Wisely deployed, this can bring immeasurable benefits to constituencies. My hope is that the funds can be made available at the soonest and does not become hostage to the bureaucracy so endemic to the public service. And we have a monumental problem in this country, Mr. Speaker. Just 2 more pages to go, Mr. Speaker. A monumental problem. Delay and inaction over government programs. And it is a theme that I will return to. Mr. Speaker, over the last 5 years, Vieux Fort South did not receive a cent of CDP funds. Not 1 cent. Not 1 drain was built in Vieux Fort South under CDP. Not 1 pavement. It's a fact. And you are confirming it's a fact. And I hope everybody heard you loud and clear. Say that again? It's a fact. Thank you. And Bradley is, the honorable member for Suzelle is looking steadily at the clock. This allocation is vital, not only for employment generation in communities, but overall it will help drive the recovery of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I have a monumental problem in Cedar Heights. Roads in total disrepair, total. huge holes. And I suffer constant criticism and barrages of disappointment and anger over these roads. And I took the minister and showed him, and he can confirm.
Member of Beaufort South, you have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes, Mr. Speaker. You're adamant, Mr. Speaker, that your time is right. It is pleasing to note the allocation to the youth economy. And I would say very quickly, Mr. Speaker, 10 million seems to be a good start. No one should therefore doubt the sincerity and the determination of the member for Castries East to keep his promises to the electorate. He has delivered on his promise to finance the youth economy. Of course, we await the details in the policy address to see how the funds will be used, how it will be expended, how it will be allocated under what policies and what programs. There is a subject that is always dear to my heart, good governance and legislative reform. An allocation of 1.5 million, I think that deserves clarification and further details. I would wish to know what exactly is encompassed in that program. Mr. Speaker, and I'm being very eclectic and very quick, Mr. Speaker, because of the time factor. It is customary, Mr. Speaker, when increases are granted to civil servants, announcements are also made about increases to pensioners. We were told, of course, that salary increases will be paid to civil servants at the end of April. Welcome as that may be, needless to say, Mr. Speaker, I have received many messages, many pleas. Perhaps the Minister of Finance will clarify either in his rebuttal or in his policy address the possibilities for pensioners and if any increases would be made available to them. We must not forget our pensioners because they too have suffered harshly and unduly. And I suspect if I ask for some hands to go up, Mr. Speaker, I will see hands in this chamber of pensioners who qualify for assistance. One quick comment, Mr. Speaker, before I close. An issue that is dear to my heart. Mr. Speaker, it is an injustice for the people of the South, and in particular for my constituents of Beaufort South, to continue to suffer over the issue of getting records from the Civil Status Registry. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that the issue would have been resolved if an administrative complex was constructed in Beaufort because a significant amount of space was intended for a new Civil Status Registry in the South. But, Mr. Speaker, there is no reason on earth why an office of the Civil Status Department should not now be established in Beaufort South pending the construction of an administrative center of which I expect to hear more in due course, because I will not relent over the administrative complex. That being said, Mr. Speaker, there is abundant space that is available in Beaufort. It cannot be right that someone from Beaufort wants a death certificate, they have to come up to Castries to get it. It cannot be right that you have to correct errors in your birth certificates, and by the way, I'll have more to say about how they are handling birth certificates in the Civil Status Registry on another occasion, that you have to travel up and down to Castries to get rectification. It cannot be right that civil status records are not accessible and available. And I urge that in this term, if an office place be rented and we establish a civil status registry for the people of the South. It is time we resolve this issue. Mr. Speaker, you have amputated me by your injunctions about time. And I would not want to disobey you, so I have to bring my presentation to an end. But, Mr. Speaker, estimates of revenue and expenditure is about so many things. It's not just about allocations. It's not just about policy. It's not just about revenue generation. It's not just about evaluation of programs, judgments on ministries. Mr. Speaker, what is important are the messages that are sent when estimates of revenue and expenditure are presented to the House. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that these estimates provide the opportunity for confidence in the future. And confidence is a big word, an important word. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I end and I say that I have full confidence in the estimates of revenue and expenditure, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, these estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2022-2023 wins my full and undisguised support. I thank you.
Minister for Finance.
I'll handle your business. I'll handle your business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was not expecting to speak at this time because I thought that when the people of St. Lucia went to the polls and they voted for representatives, part of their job and the reason why they get their salaries and the reason why they claim their salaries even when they're out of the country for so long is because they need to speak in the parliament. And Mr. Speaker, when a member of parliament spends 5 months out of the country, doesn't attend any parliamentary sessions, and when the time comes for him to represent the people that elected him, because, like a petulant child, he doesn't get his own way, he walks out and refuses to speak. So, Mr. Speaker, I was in opposition for 10 years. In the last 5 when I was there, it was my roughest time. The then government at the time ridiculed me, ridiculed us. We had no opportunity. Any time we asked to speak, they laughed at us. In fact, I had to speak immediately after the estimates of expenditure was given by a then Prime Minister. And I remember I used to be given these estimates on a Saturday morning. Saturday. In fact, one of the people brought it to my home one of the days. They found me in my tracksuit, and they wondered if I wore tracksuits. And I had no shirt, so they were very impressive. So, Mr. Speaker, and I got it on Saturday, and we came on Tuesday. The Minister of Finance did his stuff, and I answered on Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. We gave these statements on Thursday, unprecedented. So, and during that time, the leader of the opposition had the opportunity to ask for information. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 6 days. The leader of the opposition refuses to speak in the parliament because he cannot dictate to the leader of government business when he must speak, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of St. Lucia voted for the member of Castries South to be leader of the opposition and not Prime Minister. Miku South, sorry, to be leader of the opposition, and he must play his role as leader of the opposition, and we will give him all the constitutional respect that he deserves, Mr. Speaker, but he will not be allowed to dictate the pace what happens in this country, Mr. Speaker. And as I say in my political thing, he must put that in his pipe and smoke it until the people of St. Lucia take a different stance. So we will not tolerate that arrogance and that rudeness. Mr. Speaker, having said so, let me thank the members for their support of the estimates of expenditure. Let me thank in particular the member for Viewfort South, Mr. Speaker. The member of Viewfort South and I sat, now he's not next to me now, but we sat near each other for a long time in the cabinet, in the parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I can understand what he says about his constituency, because I happen to represent my constituency at the same time with him for the same amount of years. And we have some similarities in that the people always castigate our constituencies. Them people, marchand. Them people. All sorts of things about them, Mr. Speaker. But these people, Mr. Speaker, are genuine. Most of them have the same aspirations as people who live anywhere else in the country. Most of them, Mr. Speaker. All what they need is an opportunity. And I will get some time today to speak about, because during the last election campaign, they had the mantra, what Pierre do for marchand? What Pierre do for marchand? Mr. Speaker, regardless of how many times they say that, the last election, my majority went up by 300%. And if God spares my life, and there's another time, Mr. Speaker, no matter who they send, Mr. Speaker, they can send people with all kinds of hairstyles. They can send people with all kinds of anything, Mr. Speaker. When the time comes, the majority will go up by another 300%, Mr. Speaker, when the time comes. And I want my colleague, the deputy, to follow me. Mr. Speaker, these estimates, Mr. Speaker, I want to put in context the philosophical underpinning of these estimates based on putting people first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look at how we have approached the business of government. And the member for Viewfort North was clear. We approach the business of government with a seriousness, in a manner where we understood that we'd found a country in crisis. And you heard them boasting, oh, you didn't find any corruption. Where is the corruption, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we are obeying the law, and we will follow the processes of the law. So in these estimates, you have $1 million for special prosecutor, and when that time comes, the special prosecutor will do his work, Mr. Speaker, and who has to face the law will face the law. So don't bait me or boast about I've never said I found anything, and I'm not the one who will find anything. The special prosecutor and the laws of the country are going to be obeyed, Mr. Speaker. So rest assured that when the time comes, anyone who has stolen or who has caused the taxpayers' money to go to private sources or in the pockets or to any letter, the law will take its place, Mr. Speaker, regardless of the consequences. That's all I have to say on corruption now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the philosophy of the Labour Party is putting people first, Mr. Speaker. We did not go willy-nilly and fire people, and the member for Viewfort North was right. Look at the first 8 months of our administration. Look at it. Look around the country, Mr. Speaker. Look around the country. Today, the 41st of March, many people, their contracts have come to an end, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, the community the health aides, their contracts come to an end today. Today it comes to an end. It comes to an end. But because of the seriousness of the work they do, the lady who is in charge of that situation now, the second in charge, Mr. Speaker, she was the heaviest campaigner against me in the last election. Heaviest, Mr. Speaker. She said all kind of things. I have the tapes. All kind of things about me. All kind of things, Mr. Speaker. Today is the 41st of March, and she's still at work because the elderly people cannot be left without adequate care, Mr. Speaker. So when they talk about victimization and vindictiveness, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is there. The evidence is there. In certain circumstances, when we have to keep people, we keep them, Mr. Speaker. But I can assure you, it is not the policy of the Labour Party to make anyone lose their job deliberately because of their political persuasion. It's not our posture, and it will never be our posture, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the culture of misinformation continues. Lies, innuendos. And I understand, I made it clear that the civil servant's salary will be paid in April 2022 and is based on an agreement made with the last government. When they could not afford to pay the salaries, they negotiated with the public service unions and they said to defer the payments. Many people have told me that I should not pay because of state of the. But I said a promise was made and I'll meet the promise and I'm going to pay the salaries this month, April, Mr. Speaker. We'll find the money and pay the salaries. We kept the promise, Mr. Speaker, that the last government made, the last commitment. We kept it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, so when they talk about all the lies, all of the things that are all over the place, nonsense, Mr. Speaker. The evidence is there. The evidence is there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you see, and just back to the special prosecutor, let me tell my colleague, my friend from Vivos, the member from Vivos, Mr. Speaker, that the $1.5 million, $1 million is for the special prosecutor, and $500,000 is to increase the drafting capacity at the Attorney General's office, because there are a number of laws that we have to put into play, and the drafting, and you know, and the member for Vivos knows very well, because we actually send some people to train. He actually sends the people to train in legal drafting. The $500,000 is to pay for that, Mr. Speaker. Talking about that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak briefly on crime, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the public of Lucia that the police force is not run by the Minister of National Security. There has been a tendency for the Minister of National Security to take the responsibility as if he is responsible for the police force. The Minister of National Security is responsible for the policies for crime management and crime control, and the policies for the abatement of crime in the country. He is not the Commissioner of Police. And I must make that clear, Mr. Speaker, because we have a tendency in this country to believe, and based on what happened in the last 5 years, that the Minister of National Security can call the Chief of Police and tell him, do this, do that, do that. That's not the role of the Minister of National Security. Let me tell you what the role of the Minister of National Security is, Mr. Speaker. The role of the Minister of National Security is to create the enabling environment for the police to operate and to give the appropriate resources to the police and to give the police policy guidance, not the operational work of the police. The Minister of National Security, Mr. Speaker, his job is not to give operational order to the police, Mr. Speaker. In the police, Mr. Speaker, all ranks from constable to assistant to inspector are determined by the Commissioner of Police. All ranks from constable to inspector are determined by the Commissioner of Police. Ranks from inspector to assistant commissioner and to commissioner are determined by the Public Service Commission. But the Prime Minister is asked his opinion on ranks from the Deputy Commissioner of Police to the Police Commissioner. The Prime Minister or the Minister of National Security, he has absolutely no power to instruct the Commissioner of Police to promote anybody. And if the Commissioner of Police tells him, go to hell, he can do nothing about it. That is the power of the Commissioner of Police. There are some positions in this country, Mr. Speaker, that politicians give themselves unnecessary strain because they take on these responsibilities. It's like the Director of Audit or the Director of Public Prosecutions. I cannot tell the Director of Public Prosecutions, I can't even speak to him. I want to make these things clear, Mr. Speaker, because there's a lot of misinformation going around the place about the relationship between the Minister of National Security and the Police Commissioner. The Police Commissioner can tell the Minister of National Security to go to hell. And that's a fact. And we must understand where our history goes, Mr. Speaker. You remember a time when a Commissioner of Police, but I'll come back to that, when a Commissioner of Police was moved, and he took the government to court, and the court said he had to be reinstated. And if that Commissioner of Police wasn't a man of conscience, he could have gone and sat down in police headquarters and nobody could move him. That's the history, Mr. Speaker. That is a history that I will not follow. He could have gone and sat at the police headquarters office, gone and sat there as Commissioner of Police, and nobody could have moved him. Because the court had said he had to be reinstated. So what happened? Then the government, in its wisdom, and because he cooperated, he was made Special Advisor in National Security. So I want to make this role of police commissioner very clear. What the Prime Minister can do, he can go to the public and dismiss the commissioner for the public interest. That's all he can do. He can go and he can dismiss the commissioner for the public interest, as was done some time ago by the last government when the Frederick brothers were sent to the house, sent to the home. That's all the power he has. So I want to make it clear that the Minister of National Security cannot instruct the Commissioner of Police to do anything. He can talk to him. He can have a discussion with him, but he can't instruct him. The Constitution does not allow him to instruct the Minister of National, the Commissioner of Police. That's what I made clear, Mr. Speaker. So here's what the Minister of National Security can do for the police. They can create the enabling environment for the police, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are doing in this budget. Give the police the environment for them to do their work. That is why they've got the police, Mr. Speaker, they have got in the 8 months that we've been in the government, we've given them 13 vehicles. And before the next term is over, they're going to get 40 more vehicles to do their work, Mr. Speaker. 40 more. That's what the Minister of National Security is doing for the police. Let me tell you what he's doing again, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, we have $300,000 for forensic services to upgrade the forensic services unit, Mr. Speaker. There's a long-standing problem of cases in the courts. Hundreds of cases in the courts, particularly murder cases, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, we have $2.27 million for what we call a swift justice project, where you're going to be reducing the backlog in the cases by appointing new judge and new support staff to help the police, because when the frustration is when they arrest somebody, they can't get into court because there are backlogs in the court. That's what the Minister of National Security can do for the police. The Minister of National Security, Mr. Speaker, what he can do for the police is to give them equipment, Mr. Speaker. And this is why in this budget we have $260,000 for equipment for the police, and I said 40 more vehicles that they will get in this budget, Mr. Speaker. And also, because the conditions under which they work, Mr. Speaker, we are going to spend $4 million to repair police stations, Mr. Speaker, to the custody suite. Part of the frustration of the police and crime is when they arrest people, they have nowhere to put them. Because somebody's father just took a tractor and destroyed the custody suites. You understand? So when people criticize and say, you must know the history and put things in proper context. The custody suite was destroyed. So when the police arrest you, they have nowhere to put you. They arrest somebody in Castries, they have to bring them to Babono, bring them to Grosile, they pull up my station in Marchand. They have to bring them sometimes to Marigot, Dennery, because they have no place to put you. Because of the short-sightedness of taking down the custody suites for political reasons, Mr. Speaker. So my job as Minister of National Security is to rebuild the custody suites, which I am doing, and there's an allocation there for $1.1 million odd to build the cells at the custody suites. So the police now will have not the comfort, they will have an opportunity when they arrest somebody, they can take them to the custody suites, Mr. Speaker, and make their job easier. What the Minister of National Security can do for the police, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of National Security, with the Home Affairs Ministry, is repairing the Vieux-Fort police station that they left for ages. There was no need for the Vieux-Fort police station to remain in that condition. It was a small problem that they allowed to deteriorate till it came like that. That's what so we put in, Mr. Speaker, we repaying over $2 million to repair the Vieux-Fort police station, and we also are going to repair several other stations in the country, Mr. Speaker. What is the Minister of National Security doing for the police, Mr. Speaker? We are putting the border management system so that in immigration there can be a better fit and we can have seamless entries at the border of the country. So that we are spending some $585,000 on that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do you know that the training vote, when we have the hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, about the police, and we have dinners for the police and say we give them a stove, and say we're doing things for the police, give them a stove and a settee. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, do you know that the training vote for the police was not funded? After the issues with impacts and the Leahy law, when the Americans pulled back all the funding, the police, there was no funding for the police. No funding. What did we do? $456,000, Mr. Speaker, for training for the police and for the fire service. And the fire service is an issue we have to deal with. Because the fire service, the appliances in the fire service are some of them 30 years old and more. So we have to deal with the fire service, but that's something we're going to do at the level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, training for the police, the fire service, and the corrections, $456,000 to get the police officers better trained, Mr. Speaker. Get them better trained. And next year, we are going to begin the construction, if not the construction, at least advance the plans to build a new headquarters for the police, Mr. Speaker, so they can have brand new headquarters. And there's $200,000 in there for the geotechnical analysis for the police headquarters and for the House of Justice, which we are going to start this year, Mr. Speaker. And talking about conditions for the police, the Grosile police station is going to start this year. And the member for Vieux-Fort South can tell you clearly, there was no reason why that station was not built in 2016. There was no reason why. NIPO had approved the funds. There was no reason why it wasn't built. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the contractual arrangements could not be done to fit certain people, Mr. Speaker. So when you are talking about the police, it's hurtful, Mr. Speaker. It's very hurtful. Because you know the conditions that we inherited in that police force when we came into power when he came into government in 2021, Mr. Speaker. That Grosley police station, there were complaints and protests about the Grosley police station. The NIPO, the plans for the Grosley police station. And when the time comes in the policy, I can make it a documented house. These plans were available from 2016. They refused to build it. What they decided, near election, they decided they're going to one building, they're coming back, they're doing this just because they could not get who they wanted to build the station, so that what happened will have to happen. I'm sure the Minister of Housing knows more about that than me. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the situation with the police and this government, Mr. Speaker. This government has always taken care of the police. We were the ones who built the police stations in 1997. And you know, you must go back to the history. In 1997, think about the people, many of these young officers do not know that. Look at the plight of police stations in 1997 when you go into government. We built the Marshall police station. We built a new one in Grosley. We built Dennery. We built Ancillary. We built Miku. We fixed up Choiseul. At the time, we built a new headquarters in Vieux-Fort. And look at fire stations. The last one in Babylon, we are the one who built it. And Miku, when you might believe it, because Miku, a bastion of UWBism, did not have a fire station. We built it. So, Mr. Speaker, the history, and that is why they will do whatever they try to do to silence me, but they will not. The history is clear. And the people who do not know the history must learn the history and read the history and ask other people about the history, Mr. Speaker. So, our conscience on the police is very, very clear. Our conscience is clear. I remember when we built the forensic lab, the member from Miku South said it was a waste of money. I remember. So our conscience, and my conscience in particular, because I've always said, Mr. Speaker, I went to school on policeman's salary. But I want to tell the police that their job is very important. It's extremely important. And when one man fails, you cannot have a system where you think one man must fail for you to get it, for you to do well. It's got to be a chain. Because if there's a problem in that chain, things can happen. Because their job is so serious that if one man drops the ball, a lot of people can suffer. So it can't be a situation where you have to wait for one to fail for you to do well. It can't be a scrape in the barrel when you're a police officer. It's too much of a serious job, Mr. Speaker. Having said so, we are very, very pleased with most of the officers of the police force. They work hard. They work very hard, very pleased with them. But fact is, their job is very important, and there will always be pressure on them, Mr. Speaker. But we are trying our best to see if we can relieve their situation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on borrowing, I will deal with a lot of that in the policy part of the debate. But we are clear as to who we borrowed money from. We didn't hide it. Very clear. We said who we will borrow it from. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, between July and March, we did not come to this honorable house to borrow 1 extra cent. We financed, neither did we have any letters. We financed the budget with bonds and treasury bills, Mr. Speaker, and cash flow. That's how we financed it. Mr. Speaker, so we're going to get back to the borrowing, etc., and who managed the economy better. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, you can ask the officials in the Ministry of Finance, and any public servant or any policeman, Mr. Speaker, I have never asked any public servant to play politics to me. Never. I'm good enough at my politics, Mr. Speaker. I'm good enough at it. I've shown it. Me and the member of yourself, we've won 6 elections. If you win 6 elections, you are stupid. And that is why all what they try, they can't succeed. And when the time comes, I will speak to the people of Cashews East, and I'm going to live gracefully and well, with no bitterness or anger or quarrel people. Nah, I'm going to leave, and I ain't going far, you know. Just where I live all the time. That's where I go in and write my book. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to deal with borrowing at some point. A few points about a community after-school program. Again, misinformation. The community after-school program was not funded by the United Workers' Party in the last election. It was not funded by it. Just a quick... Mr. Speaker, now, fuel prices, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, the truth is something... Do you know that it may be very possible that we may have to be funding fuel, subsidizing fuel, even more than we're doing now? The last budget that was premised by the member for Microsoft, he premised it on $4 a gallon from fuel, excise tax on fuel. $2.50, the regular one, and he put $1.50, he said, for roads. He said he'll put it in a lockbox. I have asked the members in the Ministry of Finance, show me the lockbox. They can show me neither the lock nor the box. I don't blame them for that. Where is the lockbox? He said that they want, so I expected now to find a lump of money in the lockbox. As we said all the time, that money was put in the consolidated fund to run the country. That's what it was. $4, Mr. Speaker. They did. Now I saw somebody tell me to pay the fisher people $150. We give the fisher people more than $150. We give them more than $150 because right now, when the last hike was done on fuel, Mr. Speaker, we made 26 cents a gallon. That's what the government made. 26 cents a gallon from $4 that was predicted by the last Minister for Finance. Right now, and with the next adjustment, I've been told that 26 cents may be eroded, Mr. Speaker. So what we have, the environment we have to operate on is an environment where we may be even subsidizing fuel even further. And there's a member for Cashew South who reminded me that we are already subsidizing fuel to the extent of 26 cents minus $4. Or if you want 26 cents minus $2.50. That's what we're doing now. And we have to manage under that. And we have to manage economy. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we sit down like a team. We sit with the officials in the Ministry of Finance, with the Treasury, and we work things out like a team. And there is no waste. There is no lavish spending. There is no do this, do that for my friend. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you something, Mr. Speaker. Do you know, and we're going to deal with that in the point, because you know, we have to put the record straight when people masquerade of being managers of the economy. You have to put the record straight. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, when he came into government, we've won $186 million of DFCs, and you know not one of them was tendered. Not one. All of them with a record. All of them. Why? For political purposes, Mr. Speaker. So, we're going to go deal that in the policy, Mr. Speaker. The member for Choiseul spoke about the youth economy and service, and, you know, we're going to deal that at the policy because I will give the member for Choiseul an opportunity to redeem himself, Mr. Speaker. Because he knows what he said about the youth and service. I'm not even going to, and the SLDB, I sat there, and I said to the then Minister of Finance, if you are establishing an SLDB, make sure it has enough equity so it can operate. You remember that, Mister? Yes, I said make sure it has enough equity. Make sure it has enough equity. Make sure you put enough money for it to operate. Because if you don't have enough money, it will not be able to operate. So the SLDB, the Europeans want to give them money for on lending, but they can't give to them because the equity base is too small. So we now, and we now have to upgrade it so they can borrow the money. So he comes speaks about, you know. Speaker, let's move on. I know you want to go. Mr. Speaker, the member for Choiseul speaks about he didn't get anything for his constituency. Mr. Speaker, there were six members of parliament here in the last election, for the last election. Not one of these honorable gentlemen can tell you that anything was done in their constituency. None of us. They gave us nothing. Nothing. You know what they did? They did some... Yes, you did. You tried. You know what I mean, Mr. Speaker? And I'm glad he said he tried. Because they... I want to go back a little bit. Give me the leeway, Mr. Speaker. I haven't got an hour yet. I have 1 hour. I'll ask if I need more time. I asked them, they went to court. They said that I built a wall with government money. The one, now there was one, they have 2 of them, Mr. Speaker, with different types of heads. Hairstyles. The one, the first hairstyle, he said that I took government money and I built a wall. I won him. I came here and I won him. I said to the Prime Minister at the time, tell him to stop saying that. I went upstairs. I said to the Prime Minister, tell him to stop saying that. I'm going to take action against him. That's when they start saying things. There was a newspaper, big headline. I won them, Mr. Speaker. I won them. Because the story of that wall, the member for Cassius North knows the story of that wall. I resisted that wall. I resisted it. I said, no, don't do it. Because it was there long before I was born. But what happened is that there was a collapse of the road higher up, and then there was nowhere to pass. So then they said they had to do it. Do you understand? So they built it. So the Great Wall of Pip. All kind of things. They took pictures. My daughter was there and said, Daddy, you want to have a camera in my home? And things. I sued them. I didn't tell the Attorney General what to do. I didn't instruct the Attorney General. I didn't do anything. I took my time in court, Mr. Speaker. As an opposition, yeah. I didn't quarrel. The time I was in government, I could have started. When I could have been government, when it started, I didn't. And as the good Lord would make it, Mr. Speaker, the court found that I could have got more money, you know. I collected already, yes. And I'll tell you why it did fit. The good Lord told me that I sued them, and the court found that I could have got a lot more money. But because I'd done so well in the elections, the nonsense that they spoke did not work, and the court awarded me some money, Mr. Speaker, and I did something with it that I'll tell you in secret. So, Mr. Speaker, so much. But let me tell you what we've done for them. Since we've been in government, we've had 3 programs for constituencies. On the 20th of November, we had a stimulus program. Both Miku South and Choiseul got allocations. On the 18th of August, we had a school support, going back to school. Both Miku South and Choiseul got allocations. And then we have a house repair program, both Miku South, that is ongoing. Both Miku South and Choiseul will get allocations. Exactly. And I want to ask him, tell him, whether South, Labrie, Beaufort North, Beaufort South, or Denby North ever got 1 cent when we were in opposition. So when they come and these lies, and they always accuse people of lying and things. Mr. Speaker, now, Mr. Speaker, you heard him speak about St. the highway, we stop projects, exactly, Mr. Speaker. We stop projects and things so. Mr. Speaker, and more is going to be said about that highway. That highway story is a story, more has to be said about it. Mr. Speaker, let me read for you a press release, part of a press release, as follows. A loan agreement was signed today in Castries between, coming to that just now, between the St. Lucia and Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development, whereby the fund will extend a loan of Kuwaiti dollars 3.5 million Kuwaiti dollars, equivalent to about 11.9 million US dollars, to contribute in financing the Shock Bay Grozili and Secondary Roads Improvement Project. The loan agreement was signed on behalf of St. Lucia by His Excellency Dr. Kenny Davis Anthony, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Minister of Finance, Economic Affairs, Plan and Social Security, and on behalf of the fund by Mr. Ali Bada, Director General of the Kuwaiti Fund for Arab and Economic Development. In attendance, blah, blah, blah. You know when that loan signing was, Mr. Speaker? 23rd of March, 2015. 23rd of March, 2015. And listen to the loan period. 20 years, including 4 years grace, amortized in 32 semi-annual installments, an interest rate of 2.5% in addition to 0.5 per annum to cover administrative costs. That was in 2015. We lost the elections in 2016, and they canceled the loan. And they are spending $70 million to do less than 1 mile of road in Rugby. Without any design. Mr. Speaker, so these facts, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and then they speak about that St. Lucia, the member for Choiseul, St. Lucia is having the second best recovery, and the member for Viva South was clear. This economy declined by 20.7%. And you can't tell me it's because of tourism. It's because from 2017, the economy was already in decline. And when the member for Viewfort North read it, I saw the member from Viewfort, from Miku South. He took the same book and he read. When he began to read, his face just turned, contorted, and get up and he go. These are facts. Because you know, you can speak well and you can speak with your accent. And say all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. But when you get to the facts will set you free. Now, let me deal with St. Jude Hospital and Hiwando International Airport. And we'll do more in the policy statement, Mr. Speaker. But I know we have short memories. And I need to say these things now. You don't have to repeat them at the policy statement. Because these lies are just repeated. Let me tell you about St. Jude, Mr. Speaker. You heard, Mr. Speaker, and even saw it 2 weeks ago. We would have had a new hospital in how many months? 3 months, right, Minister Fredericks? 3 months, we'll have a new hospital. There'll be a new hospital, in 3 months. The Labour Party stopped a project that will give them a new hospital in 3 months. Let me tell you, St. Jude Hospital, Mr. Speaker, St. Jude. And the time will come. It's coming. In July 2021, according to a report by the Ministry of Economic Development, $118.5 million had been spent on the new block. That's the warehouse, the car park. They had spent $89.2 million, and there were outstanding liabilities of $28 million. And the hospital was less than 30% complete. What they tell you that they will have put you in 6 months was less than 40% complete. So in the current trajectory, and that's very simple mathematics, if 30% was 118.5 million, 100% would have been 393 million. Without the supply issue problems that we have now, what they are doing now would have cost $393 million, Mr. Speaker. But listen to me, and you see, Mr. Speaker, when they lie, they don't understand that they forgot some of the papers, they didn't burn all. In the Ministry of Economic Development, Mr. Speaker, there is a document which is a draft finance agreement for St. Jude Hospital reconstruction project. That document was on the 15th of July 2021. And listen to the financing of what they're doing there, Mr. Speaker. 15 July 2021. 2 weeks before elections. 11 days before elections. Listen, the same people who told you, you'd have a new hospital in 6 months and the Labour Party stop it. Listen to the agreement that they wanted to sign on the 15th of July. The works contract. The works are captured in 2 work contracts, awarded to. You see, Mr. Speaker? You see, Mr. Speaker, there are a few things I don't do in my politics. I never call civil servants names, and I never call names of people who can't defend themselves. But you see, when you can defend yourself, when you put yourself in the political arena, I'll call your name. So, listen to what described as follows. Architectural works, transition costs to bring ground floor into use. Transition costs. 4th schedule, financing and repayment. The client agrees to enter into a payment plan and therefore agree to settle the financial obligations to the company over a period of 1 year. From the date the works are completed according to this agreement. Architectural works, 22 million. Ground floor works, 34 million. Subtotal works, 56 million. VAT, 7 million. Finance costs, 6 million. So when you see these people talking, Mr. Speaker, I mean, sometimes I sit there in amazement. The cream. Finance costs, 6 million. You're building a hospital, a social long-term program, and your finance costs for 1 year. Grand total, $70 million. That is the agreement that these guys had in place on the 15th of July to say they will complete St. Jude Hospital. And that's the document, Mr. Speaker. That's the document. That's the ground floor alone. So on the current trajectory, the entire hospital will cost $293 million, and the ground floor would cost 70 plus 118. $188 million for the ground floor. Now I want to understand, how could you be working, how can you have 6 people on the ground floor and working on the top floor? Mr. Speaker, and sometimes this shameless bravado is something that, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with. 70. But in his wisdom, somebody in the civil service was wise enough to say, I have put my signature on that. And he's both. And he sent it to the Honorable Attorney General for reference. That happened on the 15th of July, 11 days before election, so the rest is history. So you can imagine if these guys had won the election, they would sign up. Mr. Speaker, that's what the people of St. Lucia saved themselves from, you know. That's what they saved themselves from. That's what the people saved themselves from, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the story of St. Jude. But I'm going to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that we've done our evaluation and we found that going back to the first St. Jude, that they stopped and they audited, we are going back to repair this and work on that will start this year, and the people of St. Lucia will get St. Louis from it. But that's not the last of that. That is not the last of, you will hear, of that car park. That's not the last you'll hear of it. That's not the last you're going to hear about it. We are going to find out more. And when they begin to scream, well, I find nothing. We haven't found nothing. They're right. Mr. Speaker, Hiwanora International Airport. And they tell you, you stop airport. Mr. Speaker, first of all, we've never stopped any work at any airport. That's not true. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, we're going to that in the policy statement. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, the agreement that this government cancelled, in that agreement, the PPP agreement, the person who is building the airport would be solely responsible for any cost overruns. What it means is that the arrangement they had to build the airport, they'd have to keep to it. There'll be no cost overruns. So in that case, the issues that we have now would not impact the agreement because the agreement said there'll be no cost overruns. But let me tell you what we put the previous PPP arrangement that we negotiated. But let me tell you what they found, what they did instead, Mr. Speaker. The former Prime Minister instructed the General Manager of SLASPA to handpick a contractor by a single source or direct award to construct the terminal. I'll read that again. And I want them to say that's not true. The former Prime Minister instructed the General Manager, and the former Prime Minister was not Kenny Anthony or not Stevenson King. The former Prime Minister instructed the General Manager to handpick a contractor by a single source or direct award to construct the terminal. The largest investment in the country, the Prime Minister instructs somebody to appoint a contractor. Instruct. He didn't ask him, advise him. He instructed him. Coming further, the original location of the terminal was directly north of the existing terminal, but it was changed to a northwest location close to the river, thereby requiring 10 times more piling than was required in the original location. 10 times more piling. The new location appears to have been premised on the integration of the DSH racetrack project. That's the story airport that they say we stop. That's the story that they say we stop. 10 times. And then follow, Mr. Speaker. Follow. the Prime Minister instructed the contractor to do it on a fast-track basis. And by September 2021, on the fast-track basis, the airport was 9 months delayed. 9 months delayed, Mr. Speaker. And coming further, given the start date of September 11, 2020, remember when they had a big story up there? A false start, fresh and false. And the contract period of 11 months, Mr. Speaker, the project should be 40% complete, but it was 10% complete at September 2021. Further, after 1 year, Mr. Speaker, since the commencement of the construction, the overall cost increase from the foundation and shell package of the project is $42.4 million US. In 1 year, there was $42.4 million cost overrun. In 1 year, just because of the piling. And that's what, Mr. Speaker, they say we stop. We're going further. Under a worst case scenario, now, COVID caused some delays. We agree. But not much because they were piling. But let's give them cause some delays. All right? Under a worst case scenario, the ROM scenario indicates the final cost of the project can range between $398 million to $439 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, that is what the member from Miku South wanted to put this country through, you know. That is what, and Mr. Speaker, it baffles me. The arrogance. $439 million US dollars. That is nearly $1 billion for one project and no maintenance yet. Mr. Speaker, that's the worst case scenario. On a more controlled basis, the final figures can cost between $289 million to $318 million, Mr. Speaker. And under a very efficient scenario, it can cost $234 to $265 million. Mr. Speaker, that is what they are talking about when it comes to an airport, Mr. Speaker. But we're going to hear more about that later. We're going to hear more about it, Mr. Speaker, because you see, Mr. Speaker, exactly. All these stories, Mr. Speaker, all that noise you're hearing, and all that noise and this flashing mirrors, is to put people off, to get the eyes of the Indonesian public off the real issues, Mr. Speaker. Get them off, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we're going to get more of that in the policy statements. But, Mr. Speaker, briefly, I want to just say something about my constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my constituency, I want to tell you something about legal fees. You heard that they told you that we were paying a lawyer $500,000 for a case. And the lawyer himself defended himself on TV last night. But let me tell you what we owe for cases, Mr. Speaker. What we inherited. $518,000, which is due for outside counsel, outstanding invoice amounts, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to it's not my style of mentioning people's names. But out of that, a lawyer well known to us is owed $142,000. And another one, out not in St. Lucia, is owed $88,000. Now I'm talking about the vaccines yet. So, Mr. Speaker, so when you hear the hypocrisy of we paying outside lawyers, Mr. Speaker, you know, outside lawyers, and it costs, Mr. Speaker, there was no payment of any $500,000 to Astefan. I shouldn't call his name, to any legal counsel. That's not true. Never happened, Mr. Speaker. It's just sheer lies, if I can use the word there. Never happened. But look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. And do you know, Mr. Speaker, part of that salary, part of these debts and what they paid out. Listen to the cases, Mr. Speaker, the money they paid to get to victimize people. When you talk about victimization. And allow me to call their names, Mr. Speaker, allow me to call their names. When they fired the people working at the embassies, we haven't fired one ambassador, not one, including the one who were against me, who have no hair. In fact, we gave him a month. No, they're not. And that's another story. We gave him a whole month extra. Look at what they did, Mr. Speaker. Look at how they spend taxpayers' money. How they spend. Talk about victimization. Daryl Monchop took a lawyer to fight against him. It cost them $54,000 plus $42,000, $96,000 to fight Daryl Monchop. Because they fired Daryl Monchop as cabinet secretary, and Daryl took them to court. I still have the cabinet secretary that I found. Let's go further. Elizabeth Darius, the ambassador to Washington, $41,000 when they fired her. They had to pay a lawyer $41,000 because they fired her. And then they had to pay her all what she was due again. One more. Michael Willius, the ambassador to Canada, High Commissioner of Canada, they fired him. They had to pay a lawyer $26,000. Kenny Anthony versus the Attorney General, when they were investigating him, they had to pay a lawyer $15,000. See, Mr. Speaker? In the matter of, listen to the matter of St. Jude Hospital, that's the money they spend. Remember they say that we had done something in St. Jude Hospital, we had stolen money, we had corruption. They pay lawyers $312,000. Daryl Monchop again. Daryl Monchop again. Daryl Monchop versus the public service, the Attorney General, $156,000. They had to pay lawyers. Daryl Monchop again, $6,500. Daryl Monchop again, $74,000. Daryl Monchop again, $108,000 and $81,000. Mr. Speaker, Ernest Hilaire, potential criminal proceedings, $15,000. Potential claim against control of customs by Ernest Hilaire, $38,000 plus $5,000 lawyer fees. Mr. Speaker, Martinez François, when he took them to court for the Deputy Speaker, they paid outside counsel $48,000 just because they didn't want to appoint the Deputy Speaker. And look at the difference in this government. We appointed a Deputy Speaker. More coming, Mr. Speaker, more. The Attorney General versus Richard Fredericks, $9,000. Pay a lawyer again. I call nobody's name, Remember, I'm not calling anybody's name. That's not my style. St. Lucia National Trust, when they break down the prison, this fellas. Taxpayers' money, St. Lucia National Trust, they had to pay a lawyer $28,000 to do what? So, Mr. Speaker, these are not opinions, you know. These are cases that this government brought when they victimized people and the people took them to court. These are not opinions, you know, asking for an opinion. People they brought to court, when you talk about vindictiveness, people they brought to court and the people challenged them in the court. And what's happened? And there's more. There's Tracy Polius and all of them that they settled. Mr. Speaker, we have not fired not one ambassador, not one. We have not sent one public servant home. This government fired the cabinet secretary. The cabinet secretary is an individual who is revered. He's the head of the public service. Serious constitutional job. They fired him. And he took them to court. And look at what they had to pay the taxpayers. Plus the fact they may have to pay more money. So when you see they talk about victimization and vindictiveness and nonsense, Mr. Speaker, we have to, and there's more, you know. That's not all. There's more. There's a lot more, Mr. Speaker. And as well, the deputy while was speaking about it, we have not come out and said the things we found in these ministries. We have not. The movement of money from here to there, SSDF, we've not. The money, $650,000 moved to SSDF 2 days before elections. And the list of checks that the people they wrote the money for. So this victimization, they're talking about, Mr. Speaker, and the problem with our party, Mr. Speaker, the problem with our party is we have been very shy with saying what we found and saying what we do. You understand? Mr. Speaker, so I just want to make clear, Mr. Speaker, that all that noise you hear about, like the noise about Sky FM, Mr. Speaker, all that noise about Sky FM, you're running a radio station without a license. We must leave it open for you? More, we beg you. It's the same thing with him this morning, the member of Microsoft. We begged him. The leader of government business begged him. They said, sir, I never heard somebody come somebody so before. I wasn't there, but I heard because I had not taken part in that. Let the member, let the leader. That's how we are in our government. Each man has his responsibilities. The member for Microsoft is the leader of government business. For Cashew-South, sorry, is the leader of government business. So he has to negotiate the leader of the opposition. He begged him, please talk, please. No, he begged. Talking, he still talk when he wants. Yeah? Anyhow. So, Mr. Speaker, just my constituency, Mr. Speaker. My constituency in Cashew East, Mr. Speaker.
Will witness the opening of the Jazz Festival?
Yes, it will, next year. We come back there next year.
All the things that's not stated there, tell us about.
Mr. Speaker, roads.
Yeah, let's say.
Do you know, Mr. Speaker, the mayor for Cashew North, I begged him to fix the Marshall Road. Payment for Marshall. One of them who sat there said they should have skyscrapers in Marshall. They write a script for him. He was here for an hour. He spent 46.6 minutes talking about me. And I sat there and I tell him, you see, you're not going to make it again. So when we put our candidate there, the one I was sitting here, he said, who else said, Auntie Emma? Auntie Emma? And he laughed. Ha, 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 ha. Look at where Auntie Emma is. And ask him where he is. That's the power of the people, comrade. And don't follow them. Laughed at us. Laughed. Look at where he is now. Outside quarreling, nothing. But who is there? Roads. The member for Cashews North, I said to him that the roads in my constituency have not been touched. They touched it in 2006, Mr. Speaker. When they had another one with a hairstyle running against me. They fixed, by direct award, they did Pave Rockall. A company called A&M did it. Pave and Rockall, Mr. Speaker. And they had a plan to do Enchipo, the main road, and Bocage, because the plan was to unseat me. So they started doing all them roads just before elections. But the people of Cashews, you can't fool them. When we came into government, we completed Enchipo and we completed Bocage. That's the sum total of roads in my constituency. Sum total, nothing more. The Marchand Road, they refuse to fix it. I know they complain. What Pierre do for Marchand? Look at Marchand, what Pierre do for Marchand. I begged the Minister of Youth, the member for Cashews North. He says, I can't help you. I'll put it on. But the man he never told me until he got liberated that they were taking it out. They were taking it out, Mr. Speaker. Instead, they were doing all kind of roads in Dauphin, all kind of roads. Oh, we did a road. No. Look, ask the member from Microsoft for Cashews for WhatsApp. We did roads for you, in Choiseul. A lot of roads, remember? We did a lot of roads for you. Because the member for viewers have always told me I have a special relationship with Choiseul. Yeah, he always told me that. We did roads for you. Yes.
You do appreciate that.
We did roads for you. So we aren't talking about victimization. The facts are right, And one day, the facts will come to bear. So, Mr. Speaker, with the DFCs, they had a little extra. They wanted to do roads in all kind of places. Roads to nowhere. We are going to literally nowhere. Yeah. We're going to refashion it, Mr. Speaker. We'll do 2 roads in the member for Mikos, the member for Cashews South told you about the 2 roads. It's 2 roads. Yeah. So we're going to be doing the Marshall Road to Rouge, Boboville, and Ravine to 12. These roads are going to start very soon, Mr. Speaker. Because these people need it, they deserve it, no matter what names they call them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are going to repair the daycare center. A daycare center I built in the HRDC building. And Mr. Speaker, you know what? Listen to how we think in this party. I went to cabinet, I said to my colleagues, I beat Romanus in the election. I beat him badly. He beat me once, but I beat him again. I beat him very badly, 2,400 votes. But that's not the point. And Romanus and we were good friends in the latter part of his life. He had tried his best to do 2 things. Build a new hospital and build a HRDC. He had a walk for Victoria, dance for Victoria, drive for Victoria. He collected $1 million. During that time, same thing, different song, yes. But the HRDC, he did not finish it, could not start it. He had a raffle, and they collected from the Marchand Women's League. That's a powerful organization, you see. Romanus was president of the Women's League. He was, for his life, he was president for life of a Women's League. Anyhow. But Mr. Speaker, I went to the cabinet and there was some EDF funds, so I asked the member for Viva Soviet Prime Minister, could I have some of these funds to do it? we did the work, due diligence, and we built it. Romanis's dream, daycare center and a community center. We built it. We finished it. We had it open in 2001. You know now, Mr. Speaker, I got back in government, and with the consent of my colleagues, we renamed it the Romanes Landscape Human Resource Development Center. Absolutely, it was his dream, so we did it. That's how we operate. That's how we operate. We don't operate with vindictiveness and hatred. We're in opposition. We used to laugh, we joke. There's no hatred. I tell you something. In politics, one will win and one to lose. Nobody has this chair forever. I will not be prime minister all my life. I will go two means. By God, free means. By God, by resignation, or the people will take me out. I know that any man or woman who goes into politics, they must understand, they must be psychologically prepared to lose elections. You must have a psychological makeup, and that is why when I lose, I'm the same way like when I win. I never change my lifestyle when I win. Never. And what I have now is because I'm prime minister, not because I want it. Not because I want it. I have to, I mean, I travel next week, only the fourth time, Not the...
Minister of Finance, you have 15 minutes left.
So I have no... I can take 15 more minutes? 15 more.
Mr. Speaker, rise standing orders 5210 to ask for another 15 minutes for the honorable member.
Honourable members, the question is that we invoke Standing Order 3210 to allow the Minister for Finance an additional 15 minutes in which to conclude his rebuttal. I now put the question, as many as that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, my colleagues. So I was saying, so when you're in this business, you can lose and you can win. So all the things you have when you win, you must understand you lose it when you lose. So you must have your life in a certain way that when you lose, you're the same way like when you win. No, you're missing it. So the trappings that you have now as Prime Minister, you will lose it when you're not Prime Minister. That's a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, next week I'm traveling. They asked me for all kind of things. I said, no, I don't want that. I want to go to Miami. I can't shop at any big store. So you have first to follow me when I go in at Walmart. So I said to them, I don't want the trappings of the Secret Service, etc. Because it's not me again to you, they get to the office. And that's a big difference. And that's what we must understand. It's not about the man, it's about the office. The man will leave the office, but the office will remain. So when you lose elections, you can't be so bitter and be so revengeful and want to speak when you want and not talk to people and go and cast their yours. And kind of thing.
No longer yours.
So, Mr. Speaker, back to my constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to repair the daycare center in my constituency. The Enchipo Secondary School, Mr. Speaker, again, is in my constituency. But since we do not have zoning, the children in my area do not go to that school because it's not zoning. So it's according to your mark to go to that school. So most of the children in Enchipo don't come from my constituency, most of them. But we're going to now, that school was in a serious state of disrepair. They refused to do it because it's my constituency. But under the EKIP program, we're going to repair it. When I what? When I got the boulevard? Just now. But that's where you always get licks, We come in there. Because you see, let me give you a story about it. If I give you a story about the boulevard, even you will feel sorry for the person. So, Mr. Speaker, The Marshall Combined School, renamed the Bishop Gashi School, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be doing some repairs in that school based on the government, on the repairs to schools, Mr. Speaker. Bocage. Bocage is a place where my opponents always believe they win. They have some belief in Bocage. Mr. Speaker, Bocage has a small playing field for small goals and a court. Anytime I'm in government, I repair a court. The last time we put lights in, 5 years, nothing. 5 years, nothing. So out of the 25 years I've represented the people of Cashews East, for 10 years I get nothing. Absolutely nothing for 10 years, nothing. So for 5 years, they did nothing to the court. I'm in government, so we're going to be repairing the court. We've started putting playing fields, putting lights in a mini playing field. We're going to be lighting it. We're doing some work there. And out of my CDP allocation, which you'll get, we're going to, you'll get. Out of my CDP allocation, I'm going to be doing a children's park. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, these things hurts me, man. You know, the children's park for the people in Touge. These guys are all the thing. Ah, Lord. For children, you know. Mr. Speaker, sometimes this hurts me. For children, these guys refuse to fix it. They refuse to fix the swings. They refuse to do anything in the park because I built it to make the children of Touge, poor children, that they haven't got the physical space to play. That if you used to see the children on Sundays, Mr. Speaker, you see joy in their hearts. They used to go and play and swing, and the mothers on the internet, because we had Wi-Fi in there, and the parents and the children there. That was such a joy. Some parents would come down and sell ice cream. These guys stopped that, you know, just to hurt me. They stopped it. They made the children suffer just to hurt me, to win my seat, to say Pierre Ed and information. That's what member for Chozel. I don't know if you knew that, but that's what is happening, you know. Right now, right as we speak, we are repairing it, and under my CDP funds, I'm going to change the swings and get it back into the Mr. Speaker, you're asking about the George Charles Boulevard. The George Charles Boulevard. There's a comfort station in George Charles Boulevard. That comfort station was planned from the days of Peter Josie. And as a substitute, they built something next to the Marchand grounds. And that thing got burned. Something happened there, it got burned. So, we built a comfort station. They allow it to deteriorate to nothing. Right now, we have to build it back. But you have issues of security, etc. The people get frustrated. So we are getting the George Charles, we are getting it back into today, Mr. Speaker. But the George Charles Boulevard needs a serious bout of relocation and you need to do something serious in George Charles Boulevard. But that's something you have to talk to people about and take it one day at a time. But right now, we're going to do little things to make it more comfortable, Mr. Speaker. One of the biggest problems in my constituency is the ownership of land. In the entire Bagatelle area and the Rockall area, that land is not owned by the people who live there. And any time that Touge also, and any time you do any renovations, like when you build steps or you put lights as we did, they want to raise the price of the land on the people. Yes. That's what they want to do. We do the infrastructure and they want to raise the price. So we need to have entire land tenure system in Bagatelle, in Rockall, and in Touge. And Bannon and Monlato. Entire. But you see, when they talk, you see, Mr. Speaker, when you're born and you don't understand what people live, what people suffer, and how people live, when you're born and the only thing you can say in patois is what? Me fâché. That's all you can say in patois. Me fâché. You don't understand that. You don't understand what people go through. So you stay in your Tower of Babel and you believe that you can just pontificate. So when they went to Bagatelle before the elections, The people of Bagatelle were very nice. They were very nice because they knew what they would have done. So they went to Bagatelle in a big entourage. In Bagatelle, Pierre do nothing, Pierre do nothing, Pierre do nothing. So. But Mr. Speaker, the people of Bagatelle, we started. They never told the people that in 2016, lawyer Shirley Lewis, with a surveyor, Wendell Phillips, deceased, had started the surveying. The member of your staff knows that because he had to prove it. Had started the surveying of the land in Bagatelle to give the people, to sell for the people. They stopped it for 5 years. They stopped it, Mr. Speaker. For 5 years they stopped it. And go to Bagatelle and tell the people, Pierre, do nothing. But we're going to start it back, Mr. Speaker. In the meantime, we're going to do some minor infrastructure arrangements, Mr. Speaker. Diamond Steel Orchestra. With my Constituency Development Fund allocation, I'm going to revive Diamond Steel Orchestra. Marshall Grounds. Mr. Speaker, these things are really hurtful, you know. We spend $1 million on the Marshall Grounds in between 2011 and 2016. Marshall Grounds had lights before Sabina Park in Jamaica. We resurfaced the playing field because you might know that Marshall Grounds, I don't know either, but I heard, was a cemetery. That was a cemetery. So we resurfaced it. Some of the greatest sportsmen, Hilron Phillips, Delbert Mastial, the Morissette, Mindu, they played in the Marshall Grounds. And these guys could not meet their full potential because they have injuries, etc. We resurfaced it completely. It was international standard. We fenced it. We put a drainage system. They did Oliver Scott. Drainage system. The grounds were international standard. You know these guys allow that. These guys, Mr. Speaker, they allow that. They allow what they call, what's the name of the little grass? Pack pool to grow in that. Just to hurt me? They took it over just to hurt me? And when they go and tell people, pay do nothing. We built changing rooms. Out of frustration, the first massively changing rooms. We renovated the James Belgrave Court. They refused to put security in there. They first mash it up. Now, let me make it clear. I do not condone the destruction of government facilities. And I've said to my constituents, anybody who destroys any government facilities, I personally will ask the police to arrest them. Because you cannot destroy government facilities. They don't condone that. Belgrave Court, they allow it, because no security, they run it down. Marshall Grounds, they run it down. So now we have to start back from scratch, Minister for Sports, and re-engineer these areas. But you say you spend $30 million on facilities. Mr. Speaker, you know what $30 million could have done for sports facilities in St. Lucia? Every constituency would have a playing field, lighted, and a court. Every constituency. But you spend $30 million for artificial courts, and you know what the Minister of Health told you about it. That's where the priorities are. That's where the priorities are, Mr. Speaker. That's where the priorities are. That's what we mean when we say you did not put people first. So, Mr. Speaker, we need some street lights. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, we allowed parliamentary reps to write Lucia for street lamps. You all stopped that? Parliamentary reps were powerless. 6 of us, we were there. We were powerless. Not even a street lamp we could get. We could do nothing in our constituencies. Nothing. We couldn't clean a drain. To get a street lamp, you had to write the Ministry of Infrastructure. Lucia said that parliamentary reps could not write on their own for a street lamp. because of the government of the United People's Party, led by the man from Microsoft. So we needed to write to the Ministry of Agriculture to beg for a light. We're changing that. You can write now. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that for our 8 months in government, it has been very, very challenging and exciting. Talk about COVID, Mr. Speaker. We had to deal with the Delta variant. And I saw that they wrote somewhere that I said we were not prepared. And I maintain at that time we were not prepared. And you know that. There was no quarantine facilities. And that's why we have paid millions of dollars of quarantine facilities, because if you had the foresight, you could have arranged quarantine facilities much earlier. You could have refurbished somewhere at a cheaper rate and have quarantine facilities like they did in Barbados. Barbados, only at the end of the virus, they began to rent hotels. What Barbados is they refurbish the old Harrison barracks, they refurbished it, and they had quarantine facilities there. So you were not prepared. Because when you're talking about quarantine facilities, you're talking about Rat Island. So you're not prepared. And I insist you're not prepared. So you had to pay millions of dollars for quarantine facilities because you're not prepared. You could have, I am sure, you could have got another place for quarantine. There are schools that are underused. You could have used a school, refurbish it properly. You could do that. There are a lot of buildings you could have used. But you were not prepared because you took it as a joke. Because we said so, you laugh at us as usual. And now you try to turn on us and say, I said, of course I said so.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, so COVID, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, you have 15 minutes left.
Yes, I'll finish that then. The Delta variant. We never, in fact, I remember they laughing at me when I wore my mask. I remember that. Laugh at me. I never went to any fete in ancillary canneries, in the valleys and ancillary canneries without my mask. And be among people playing like dancing, although I can dance. We never did that pretending you can dance, dancing out of step. Because that's not your culture, you're not accustomed to that. So, Mr. Speaker, we never, each one of us, and I'm a member of Viva South again, telling the government about this COVID problem. Every time we went, we said to people, wear your masks, observe the protocols. We encourage, but we took none of our advice where COVID was concerned. None of our advice. In fact, you said you cannot quarrel with success. That's what you said. You cannot quarrel with success. And then you lost the election and we had Delta to deal with. But I want to really thank the officials, the doctors, the medics, the frontline workers, the first responders, the teachers, the customs officers, Mr. Speaker, the Cuban medical teams from the government, sent by the government of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, for the help, led by the Minister of Health, for the help they gave us on the COVID, Mr. Speaker. We'll be eternally grateful to them. So, Mr. Speaker, COVID is not over, but the numbers are going down. And I say to people again, get vaccinated and follow the protocols that exist, and only when they are relaxed, then we can relax with them. We always said, in fact I said follow the science. They laughed at me, made a puppy show of me, all kind of memes, follow the science, me. The same night I said so, Don Lemon on CNN said follow the science. The same night. You see, Mr. Speaker, I'm a child of God. And no weapon formed against me shall prosper. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everybody, my colleagues, the staff of the ministry, the police, everyone, Mr. Speaker. The prospects are challenging. Our biggest challenge is the cost of fuel. It's a serious challenge you have, Mr. Speaker. But there are signs of improvement. The tourism industry is doing very well. It will continue, and I'm sure the Minister of Tourism, when his time comes in the policy debate, he'll tell you about some of the gains we've made and the prospects for tourism. I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you that out of all the people that say they are tourism guru and we know nothing about tourism, there was one of them who sat down there. He said he was a better tourism minister than Menisa Rambali, Lon Theophilus, and Philip Japia put together. The one that was sitting down there, the short one. In that time, he did not build one new hotel. Not one. The member for Miko South, who professed to be a tourism hero, a tourism czar, he didn't build one new hotel. Not one. Not one. I can tell you, as Minister of Tourism for 2 years and then for 4 years, for 6 years, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you the number of hotels that were built under me and the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And this minister is going to announce a number of hotels that's going to be built under him and the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. No, never. Never. So, Mr. Speaker, that's our record. So, I stand very humbled and very proud to be working with this team of men and women, Mr. Speaker. We have a job to do. We have a challenge. But philosophically, we understand the needs of the people of St. Lucia. Philosophically. Because all of us, our DNA is different. We do not think that we are entitled. We don't think that we are privileged. We don't think people are backing dogs. We won't tell people shut up and listen to your masters. We won't do that. We understand people and we'll work with people, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we started a laptop for ordinary people's children. We do not say, Kigain, sir. We started a laptop program, give every child a laptop to make them to be able to allow them to compete with children all over the world. We were criticized for that. That's our DNA. That's what we made up of, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, these are exciting times. It's challenging, but it's exciting. And in the policy debate, you hear a lot more. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Honourable House of Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 in the sum of $1,842,813,200 and do agree that the said sum do form a charge against the Consolidated Fund and other funds of the State of St. Lucia. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many who have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Member of Castries South.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House stands adjourned. Sign of them.
Before I put the question, there is a statement I'd like to make, and I wish for every member here present and those who are not present to take due cognizance of that statement. Every member here at the swearing-in was given a constitution and standing orders. During the time that I've been privileged to be Speaker of this House, I have attempted to be fair and impartial. I have made a point of not interfering with the crosstalk because this is not a school of kindergarten children. So long as the crosstalk does not interfere with the presentation of the member on his feet or her feet, I will not interfere. That will continue. But I want to urge members to read your standing orders, and I will instruct the Clerk of Parliament this afternoon to make a copy of May's parliamentary privilege, Erskine May's parliamentary privilege, available to every member here in soft copy. I do not believe members understand the role and the authority of a presiding officer. I have said it here. I will take no action against anybody who accuses me of bias. That is a personal decision. If you accuse me of breaching the law, that is different. I will take action immediately and severely. I will not tolerate disrespect of the presiding officer or of this parliament that I have the privilege of presiding over. I attempt to be friends with every member here. I have accepted at least 2 invitations already from the member from Sozel to visit his house. We have had a drink or 2, absolutely, and I've been treated very well there. So when in 2011, the then Prime Minister, the member for Vieux-Fort South, invited me to be a senator and president of the Senate, my immediate reaction was to seek permission from the then president to access the Hansards so that I could acquaint myself with the job. I take no responsibility that I do not acquaint myself with first. I will never pretend to be the most knowledgeable about anything, but I am knowledgeable about the things that I undertake. My first instruction to this House on the 17th of August was that as long as I preside over this House, there would be no police barriers to prevent people from coming to this House. One of the most senior police officers immediately took it upon himself to go to a lawyer and ask the lawyer whether the Speaker can do that. He should have put the barriers up again, and he would have known what the Speaker could do. The member for Micoud South accused me of improperly and in breach of the Constitution of seating the Attorney General. I came here and I explained the Constitution, where the Attorney General under the Constitution, as appointed, is a full and unhindered member of the House of Assembly. So I have not taken any action against anybody. I have been informed of certain statements that have been made this afternoon. I want to tell this House, and I want to put everybody on notice, that if these statements that have reached me are correct, I will take the strongest possible actions, and I will summon with immediate effect the Privileges Committee. And whatever it is that the Privileges Committee decides to do, so be it. I am the chair of the Privileges Committee. I will recuse myself because I cannot be judge, jury, and executioner. So there will have to be a new chair for the Privileges Committee if, in fact, those statements are correct. I don't think there's a single member in here who can accuse me of being biased towards them. I hold long discussions with the leader of government business, as it should be. He is the leader of government business. I make no promises to him. He makes none to me. The Prime Minister has not in any way, since my appointment, attempted to influence the office of the Speaker. And in fact, he has been told that if he does, he will suffer the consequences of being the member for Castries East. Members, I needed to make another statement at another time, but I can summarize here. As I said, I do not consider myself to be an authority in this job. But apparently, even the Speaker of the House of Commons thinks I know something about being a Speaker. And one of the things he did during my trip in London 2 weeks ago was to give me a copy of the House of Commons standing orders, because ours are so inadequate, and our standing orders do say where ours is deficient, we must refer to England's. And how do I refer to England's if I don't have it? He made me a personal copy. Among 20 speakers from around the Commonwealth, I was given the honor of speaking on the role of the speaker. So perhaps I do know something about it. But I just thought I should make that statement that if people think that the speaker's authority extends only to when House meetings are taking place, I wish for you to read the standing orders and to read May's. It is an office of a tremendous amount of authority. But with authority must come responsibility. You don't, because you have the authority, just use it blatantly. I do not wish to exercise the office of the Speaker on anybody, but if you are going to bring the office of the Speaker into disrepute while I hold this seat, I will haul you before the Privileges Committee. Having said that, the question is, did this House now stand adjourned, sign or die? I will now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
Well, there you have it, the end of the debate to adopt the report of the Standing Finance Committee on the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 in the sum of $1,842,813,200. Yesterday, we heard from the member for Casseries South, the Honorable Dr. Ernest Blair. We heard from Casseries South East, the Honorable Joaquin Henry. We heard from the Henry South, the Honorable Alfred Foster, the Honorable member for Davino, Dr. Virginia Poyet, Ancillary Canons, the Honorable Wayne Girard, and the Honorable Jeremiah Norbert from Micoud North. Today we heard from the member for Choiseul Saltibus, Bradley Felix, the Honorable Moses Jean-Baptiste from Beaufort North, and the former Prime Minister and representative for Beaufort South, Dr. Kenny Anthony. Not speaking or not participating or making a contribution to the debate were the Honorable Alva Baptiste for Labrie, the Honorable Richard Frederick, the representative for Casseries Central, the Honorable Stevenson King, the member for Casseries North, and the Honorable Emma Hippolyte, the member for Casseries Soufriere, I beg your pardon. Well, the sitting came to a premature end. That is why these members were not or did not make a contribution to the debate. This is because the leader of the opposition and member for Micoud South was demanding that he should be able to make his contribution to the debate last, that is before the Prime Minister's summation. Whereas the convention for the leader of the opposition's contribution is immediately following the Minister of Finance's presentation of the estimates. As far as I can remember, this has been the norm. But the leader of the opposition and parliamentary representative for Micoud South is not in agreement with this. This convention goes way back to the 60s, when the leader of the opposition was then the former Chief Minister of St. Lucia, George F.L. Charles. We have had other opposition leaders and who have followed that norm, and I could call some names in the persons of Neville Snack and Julian Hunt, John Compton himself, the great John Compton, Alan Louisy, Louis George. In 1997 was the lone opposition member in this house, and he did his duty and responded to the contribution or the presentation of the estimates by the then Prime Minister, Dr. Kenny Anthony. We've had Yasin James also. They all have been opposition leaders and who have followed the norm of making their contribution immediately following the presentation by the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Marcus Nicholas, and Philip Pierre himself as opposition leader in the last government, as leader of the opposition, that is. But this present leader of the opposition felt that he should speak when he wanted, and his position was that he should speak last. Good policy makes good politics. The power of the people is stronger than the people in power. Octavia Butler, in closing, says, and I quote, "Choose your leaders with wisdom and forethought. To be led by a coward is to be led or controlled by all the coward fears. To be led by a fool is to be led by the opportunist who control the fool. To be led by a thief is to offer up your most precious treasures to be stolen. To be led by a liar is to be asked to be told lies. To be led by a tyrant is to sell yourself and those you love into slavery." Until the next time when we are back here for the policy presentation by the Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre and debate to follow, I am Winston Springer. Goodbye from the St. Lucia House of Assembly.